Hello, everybody. Thanks very much, Mudu. Thank you for the 113 months. Good to see everybody. Thanks, Pat. Always appreciate it. Thanks for the 14 months. Been very busy this week. Apologize for no streams. Can't really tell you much, but yeah, grand jury has been kicking my ass. It's pretty non-stop, to say the least. Hold on, I gotta refresh my chat thing. YouTube is not popping up. Yeah, unfortunately, just very heavy caseload. A lot of work. I'm there pretty much all day. By the time I get home, I have very little time to do the things I need to do, and there's just not enough time to stream. So it is what it is. But, you know, it's the weekend, so I'm streaming eBay, obviously. There we go. My thing always takes a little bit to connect to my YouTube chat. Hello, John. Hello, Honey. Hello, Dabble. Wait, really? The only thing ending is 3 minutes from now, huh? Wow. Auction's a little spread out, it seems. Mr. Big, thanks very much. Thank you for the 17 months as a member on YouTube. Did any of you ever play this game on the PS1? I actually really like the art that they use on this. Art Dink always had this very, like, I don't know what the right word is. It has like almost like art like Marathon goes for, you know? I forget what they call it. It's gotta be hard as heck to play on the PS1 though, with a controller. Hello, False Reality. Hello, Gigius. So we have good news. Twitch has finally made a good decision. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not the biggest deal because apparently they were not enforcing it anyway. But you were not supposed to use combined chats on stream like I was. Right? Like, you know how I display YouTube, Twitch, and Kick at the same time in the same chat? Well, that was against their TOS. It's just that they never really cracked down on it and enforced it. The only time they would, apparently, is if people like actually reported it. But now they have come out and said that they will no longer be enforcing at all combined chats. So now I have remade it very easy to tell what platform people are chatting on. So we got the icons again, we got the colors, so like your chat name will match the color of the platform. So it makes it very easy for people to tell, like if you're on Twitch, right? Then you can pretty much like ignore the purple chat messages. You just want to look at the red and the green. So it just makes it a lot easier to pick out from the crowd on the on-stream chat what messages you know, are from the other platforms if you want to read them. See what I'm replying to and stuff. So thank goodness Twitch has finally made a good choice. And then right after that they made 3 other like terrible decisions, but it is what it is, right? At least they finally did something. Yeah, they made some other decisions that like ads and stuff. I don't know. I can't even keep track anymore with all the crazy choices they make. Thankfully, this recent ad change doesn't affect me because I don't do the mid-rolls anyway. But like people are apparently if you're tabbed out or if the stream is muted or if you're tabbed into a different browser window and somebody runs an ad, Twitch will like pause the stream and tell you to like get back on the stream. Like some weird thing. I don't know. Twitch being Twitch is always. Wow. I didn't expect this to be going for almost $100. Even the cart for Zelda is kind of worn. These other carts here are not really that expensive. Interesting. You watching Namco Museum videos today? Oh, that's right. Rave Racer just came out, didn't it? Damn. Ugh. I don't know what I want to stream first, Rave Racer or Pokemon? When I have time, whenever the next day is, you know. And it's still going to be rough for the next couple weeks, unfortunately. Very rough. I wish I could say more, but I can't. I really can't. I'm not allowed, but yeah, it's going to be very... The next week, at least. I don't know about the last week, but the next week is going to be very hard for me to stream. Amberg, thanks very much for 62 months. I have no idea why my chatbot thing has like the wrong resub months, but I can still see the correct ones. And hey, thanks Padrino. Celebrating 25 months as a golden doorknob on YouTube. Thanks Padrino as always. So how have you guys been enjoying? I mean, there was a couple of things that released in the few days I've been gone. The Marathon Server Slam thingamajig. Pokemon Fire Red Leaf Green. We had Rave Racer, right? We had the Pokemon Direct, which was pretty underwhelming for the most part. Outside of Winds and Waves, obviously. And Requiem, yep, Requiem. I've been seeing people have been liking Requiem. That's good. It was a little worrying at first because a lot of the first things that were hitting the internet when people were getting their copies were a little, they were sounding disappointed, but seems like the internet has spoken. People still really love single-player video games. Something like over 300,000 people playing the game at the same time on Steam alone, which is crazy. It's like, yes, thank you very much. We do like our fully complete single-player games, pretty much bug-free, released with no crazy patches required and season passes and DLC. Thank you. Thank you very much. We do like that. It's a pretty good price for Lost Age. I'll link this seller. Yeah, I've heard it looks incredible on PC, with like a really good PC. And then also, seemingly it's one of the first benchmark games for the PS5 Pro. Makes me feel a little bad for not having a PS5 Pro, but I'm not buying it for that game, you know? Waited this long. Hello, Cody. Rave Racer's awesome. Yeah, I look forward to playing it. I'll hopefully be able to fit in a stream tomorrow. I got a lot of errands I gotta run tomorrow, but maybe tomorrow's stream I'll do Rave Racer. This is a good price for Area 51. This game is going up in price a lot these days. You can see, at the minimum, people want like $40 for this game. So this could be a potentially good deal here for somebody. If any of you want to take a shot at bidding, there's also some other PS2 games they got ending throughout the night, all of which are still pretty good price and pretty good games. Thanks, Monkey. Thank you very much for the 28 months. And thank you, Mr. Big. Thank you for the super chat. Did anyone buy lozenges with my code? We'll find out. They usually come through with them. Lozenges. Lozenge. Apparently it's machine assisted very little Sega Gaga. I saw that they come out with the English translation for that, yes. Honestly, though, something's better than nothing. Did I ever get scared at auctions that don't show this condition? No, not unless it's something expensive. Space Sirens. Thank you very much, Crumb. Thanks for the tier 2, no less, 52 months. Thank you very much for that. I'm sure they'll update it as time goes on to make it a little more fluid. Thanks, Tommy. And thanks, Landhawk. Thank you for the 53 months. See, look, the chatbot got that one right. Why did it get Landhawk's resub right, but everybody else it messes up? I don't know. Thanks, Egg. Thank you very much. Thank you for the 21 months. There's probably going to be a lot of resubs because I haven't streamed the last few days. Hey, thanks, Bovan. Thank you as always. Thank you as well for the tier 2. 114. Grand jury duty is very interesting, yes. Most of the time. Some of the stuff is boring as hell. But the next week is going to be very interesting. I wish I could say more, but I don't feel like going to jail, alright? It is what it is. I look forward to catching Chansey and Leaf Green. That's why Chansey's one of my favorites. I love super hard to catch Pokemon. Because then when you catch them, it feels good. I want a super rare encounter rate, and I want it to be a low catch rate. Thanks, Drivok. Thank you for the 90 months. You can never talk about jury duty, grand jury duty. You are sworn to secrecy for life. The good thing about grand jury duty versus jury duty, though, at least I don't have to sit there listening to the same case the whole time. Grand jury duty, at least, in one day you can hear multiple cases, different things, like to keep it fresh. At least it's got that going for it. So we got some .hack games. True Crime New York City, which is... The True Crime games are like $20 to $30 now, I believe. So that's actually pretty good value there. Tales of the Abyss, more .hack. It's actually a pretty nice lot with Dragon Quest VIII without the box. I'm gonna link this. This is a pretty good deal. Or, you know, I gotta link the seller for the link to be short enough, unfortunately. Actually, I can... Let me see what happens. Hold on. Let me see. Maybe now with this different chatbot, YouTube will actually take the link. Nope. Yeah, it's too long. What a pain. Just search for PS2 game in their store, you'll find it. Hey, thanks, Jeremy. Jeremy with the 110 month resub. $58. It's pretty good listing. Only $14 shipping. Damn, this hype train's leveling way up there just because of all the resubs. Thanks, Monstrum. Thank you for the tier 3. Really appreciate that. Always appreciate my tier 3s. Thank you for the 56 months. I always got to double check. This stupid chatbot's saying 30 months. I don't know what. I think what it is, it must like. Maybe you're on a 30-month streak. Does say 30 months. 30 months of tier 3. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it doesn't just say 56. But anyway, it displays correctly everywhere but the chatbot. Oh, it's a good price. Oh, never mind. The shipping is $31. Sorry, King Kong. Thanks, Dan. Dan with the absolutely pitiful, meager 127 month resub. Thanks, Dan. And Ultimo NJ, New Jersey. Thanks, Ultimo. Thank you for the 17 months. Everybody getting caught up on their resubs. This is indeed a GameCube lot. Looks like a lot of sun fading, actually, on the left-hand stack there. On those spines. You can tell because look at Crazy Taxi. I wonder if the people bidding on this are aware of that. Good lot otherwise. But it's already bid up there. The authentic Golden Sun carts really go for 70. That sounds a little high for Golden Sun. Because the complete in box copy is not that much higher. Let's see. You can get carts right here, cleaned, showing the board for $40 ship, so yeah, not 70. Pikmin games, I've only played the first Pikmin. Once they started getting into, I mean, I played a little bit of Pikmin 3 too, but I'm not really into. I really like the simplicity of Pikmin 1. Once they started making it so you gotta like swap between characters and manage different characters at the same time, I really stopped liking that as much. I just really like the simplicity of the first game. One of these days, I'm sure I'll give 2 another chance. I'm not sure about the other ones, though. $42 PS2 games. It's important to read the title and look at the picture, because obviously this picture is not 42 games. You can see here, Got the rest of the games here. Good game selection, but even their starting bid I think is a little too high on this. Explain why there's no bids. Four is awesome, better than 3 and 2. Yeah, unless I just skip 3 and 2 and just play 4 one day. Series I haven't played that would shock all of us. I'm not sure. Well, people are pretty shocked when I tell them I haven't played anything besides the first Witcher game. Fable was one of them until I finally played Fable 2. Heck is that? Past Cure? Never heard of that. Terrible cover. Dark psychological thriller that blurs the lines between dreams and reality. An intense cinematic story-driven experience that challenges the player to use mind-bending mental abilities to survive. Never heard of it. Anybody play this? What games did you get, Matt? There was this PS1 Japanese exclusive game about disarming bombs and everyday objects. Yeah. Suzuki Bakuhatsu, I believe is the name of the game. Suzuki Bakuhatsu. It's a good game. I've streamed a while ago. There it is. Such an interesting cover, too. She looks super thrilled to disarm that bomb. But it is a fun puzzle game. Oh yeah, that's right, I had FMV stuff as well. It's a good one. I'd recommend it. Super playable without knowing Japanese. What ones are you looking at, Jay Living? When you say expensive, like in the store? You mean like a local card store or something? I thought Winds and Waves looked pretty good. I'll be honest. Starters, trash. I mean, they're acceptable, but they're probably some of the worst starters yet. Their designs continue to get worse year by year, in my opinion. But I thought the environments looked nice. It's nice to see that instead of Pokemon games being 2 generations behind visually from other consoles, they're now 1 generation behind. So I thought the environments looked really nice. The water, the forest, the jungles. The only thing that worries me is that they're probably not going to run at 60 frames a second. Other than that, they'll look good. Thanks, Wargly. Thank you for the 19 months. The Pomeranian one is alright. I feel like they could do so much better with the starters, though. Obviously, we don't know what the other evolutions look like. The water one is terrible. That water Pokemon, that does not look like a starter. I have not played Dredge, no. You went back to Scarlet Violet trailer, it was rough, yeah. I'm pretty excited though, because Scarlet and Violet really won me over. I'm just excited that we're getting a turn-based Pokemon game again, hopefully. None of this ZA mash the buttons combat. Some nice, good old turn-based thinking combat. Hopefully with some good battle music. Well, we're just assuming it won't be in 60 frames because the trailer didn't display 60 frames. But we'll see. I'm hoping. I'm really hoping it's 60. That makes a huge difference. 60 frames made me not like Scarlet and Violet to actually love Scarlet and Violet. The frame rate, seriously. Like, it made such a big difference. Hello, for real fan. What did you guys think of that Pokemon jukebox thing, though, with the 45 cartridges to play music? That is so weird. Not only did it sell out instantly, but, like... Wow, what a weird concept. What the heck? Where are you going to store 45 carts? Do they give a little holder with it or something? That is one of the wackiest things I've ever seen. Pokemon Pinball Machine? I don't think I've seen that. Yeah, I don't think I've seen that yet. And thank you very much, Ostia. Thank you for the 48 months. Yeah, I've heard everybody's enjoying Requiem. That's really good. I look forward to playing it in October, hopefully. You guys have to wait quite a while to see what I think of it, but it's reassuring knowing that so many people are enjoying it. How long does it take you guys to beat it on a first playthrough? Is like 10 hours sound about right? Why are Zelda games so expensive? Yeah, it's the same reason Pokemon games are so expensive. Halfway at 5 hours, okay. Closer to 15. Yeah, Gale of Darkness. I'll definitely be playing Fire Red, or rather Leaf Green, before Gale of Darkness. Trying to think of something interesting for the Leaf Green playthrough, though. I don't want to just give myself free reign to use whatever Pokemon in my party that I want. I want some kind of challenge in terms of deciding what I have to use in my party. I'm sure I'll brainstorm some stuff. Yeah, I was a little surprised they didn't give anything in that Pokemon presentation beyond just Winds and Waves, though. I felt like they were going to do something a little extra. Just, 30th anniversary of Pokemon, come on. They didn't really give people much for that. Yeah, Odomedia's Excellent was super high printed with that limited edition. For the longest time, you can get that game for next to nothing. Super cheap. It's still pretty cheap. Yeah, Shinies and Leaf Green are a little crazy. They got the full odds. Nothing you can do about it either. Like 1 in 8,900, whatever it is. It's pretty hardcore. Oh, did any of you play the Tokyo Extreme Racer, whatever it's called? The new one that just came out? I don't know if that got a physical. I saw it was out on PSN though. $50, pretty steep for digital. I don't know if I'm gonna jump on that right away. Unless there's a physical. I'm not sure though. I watched one video of that game, and I'm not sure that's gonna be a racing game for me. I'm really not sure. I've never really played that series. But it looks interesting. I'm just not sure if it's gonna be for me. There's a lot of tinkering that I typically don't like in racing games. Like modding your car. Spider-Man game's getting pretty expensive. It is a good Spider-Man game though, to be fair. Sinister 6. One of the better ones out there. I agree. I think shinies should be super rare. I really hated what they did with more recent games where they make it super easy to get, especially with like lowering the odds. Or increasing rather. I'm not. I think a shiny should be something that you maybe get in a single playthrough. Or like maybe you see one the whole time. If that. The whole like, oh, let's get it down to like 1 in 200 odds. Then it's not special anymore. I have not done the Diamond and Pearl remix yet. They're on my list to get around to at some point. I'd like to check them out now that they're probably a little bit cheaper at least. But then again, it is Pokemon. Never know. Probably still practically the same price. I agree that I also prefer the older methods of grinding. Experience shared a Pokemon in your party that aren't doing anything is... It just feels like cheating. I don't mind the whole, like, the only Pokemon that gets experience is the one that participates in battle. I know that's probably not a popular quality of life change that people, most people probably like experience share at this point. But I'm pretty old school and hardcore with that. You're talking to a Final Fantasy 11 player here, okay? So I'm into the grind, I don't want things too easy. I think this is the same seller I linked earlier. I believe. Because they had a copy of Ghost Hunter, yeah. Let's see what that Area 51 went for only $17. Well, I hope one of you got a good deal on that. I linked it. That's under half the price of what it typically is going for. Ghost Hunter is ending in 41 minutes. And it's only 20 bucks. Ghost Hunter is typically closer to $60, $70. So I will link this seller one more time. I don't mind the experience share in Leaf Green where one Pokemon can get experience share. That feels a little less, like, not quite as handholdy. You're still grinding, that's for sure. Well, welcome in, Brandon. Yeah, I for those that don't know, I've never played Fire Red and Leaf Green, so when I stream it, it'll be my first playthrough. So that should be fun. I hope I like it. Gen 1 has always been my favorite Pokemon. I'm sure I'll like it. I mean, how can you not like a Gen 1 Pokemon game? I love Pokemon Let's Go. Alright, so if I love that, it's not hard to win me over. Oh, what's that? A Pokemon game where I could recognize and pronounce every Pokemon in the game? S tier. Doesn't matter what it is. Thanks, Weasel. Thank you for the 27 months. You know, one of these days someone's going to bid on this copy of Rayman 3 and I'm going to be very sad. Because I'll no longer get to scroll by That's Hot. Like it's some kind of like... It's like you hit the jackpot on a freaking casino slot machine. Oh my god, what? Look at the disc artwork. It looks like his mouth is open. What an interesting copy of Rayman. What is that? Bursting with exclusive bonuses. Unlock bunches of minigames, secret videos, and other fresh bonuses. Is that exclusive to the That's Hot version? Not gonna lie, I would totally... If we had this variant in the US... I would collect every That's Hot game. That just looks so ridiculous. Yeah, I'm looking forward to a very challenging Elite Four fight for Leaf Green. Glow over a bit. Favorite game to stream last year? Well, last year it would have been RPG Maker. I did have a lot of fun streaming Let It Die Inferno, though. The director is apparently doing a live Q&A in a few days. That's going to be very interesting to watch. Because the game is pretty much dead. So I'd be really curious to see what he's going to say. Oblivion. Yeah, I still gotta get back to Oblivion. I haven't forgotten about it. Well, I lied. I did forget about it, but you just reminded me. But it's really not hard to pick up Oblivion again because I pretty much left off, like, ready to go to Shivering Isles. So, won't be too bad. Don't forget to leave a like on the YouTube side Just helps spread the word that we are live. Always appreciate everybody that leaves a like. It does help a lot. Your efforts are not in vain. The Punisher on PS2, by the way, is like pretty much $100 now. That's gone up a lot. Glad I got my copy of that a while ago. I would not look forward to paying $100 to play that game. Leaf Green will be streamed when I can, yes. Unfortunately, Grand Jury Duty is going to keep me very busy this next week. The last week, it's possible that I have a bit more time during the weekday to stream. But, I'll be streaming it whenever I have a day where I get home at a reasonable time. Any games I'm hunting right now? I've been hunting off stream. Yeah. Here and there. Honestly, I've been game hunting. Don't tell them. Well, I mean, I guess during jury duty when we have free time, like breaks. Some of our breaks are pretty long. I bought some stuff during jury duty. You will see it. It's like I keep wanting to make this mystery unboxing games I bought recently video, but every time I'm like getting ready to make it, I get one more thing, and I'm like, you know what? Let's just wait for that to come in the mail because that'll make the video even more fun. But I think I've reached the, the ready. We're ready. The next moment I have some time, I'll make the video. First thigh picture of the night. Disney's Aladdin. Hopefully, used panty crotch seller doesn't pop up tonight. We'll find out. Yeah, how is that new Diablo 2 class? What is it called? I haven't been keeping up with. What is the class and what does it do that's different from the other classes? Warlock. Is Warlock more of a... Like, how does it differentiate itself from Sorceress? Is it more support? Utility? Like, what's it doing? A demon pet class. So needless to say, there's probably a lot of Warlocks in the game right now. You can consume the enemy to get buffs. Hello, Nozofu. So it just pretty much one-ups the Sorceress, huh? Listen, I would be all in to them just saying, you know what, let's just forget that Diablo 3 and 4 ever happened. And we're just gonna just keep releasing updates for Diablo 2 and releasing new classes. Like I'd be back on that game in a second. I'm not sure one class is enough to get me to be like, alright, time to go back. For those that don't know, I used to play the hell out of Diablo 2 back in the day. That was one of my first like real game addictions. When I was playing StarCraft 1 and Diablo 2. I grinded the hell out of that game. I was a Necromancer. I started on Paladin, pivoted into Necromancer, and I forget how the ladders worked back in the day, but like I was very high on the ladder for that in terms of like level. Because I was lucky enough to have a friend in that game that was friends with the #1 Amazon in the game. And they would grind hell cows all day. So I was able to get in on grinding hell cows with the #1 Amazon in the game on my Necromancer. Ring of Fire, which is a fireball but AoE and just beats the entire campaign with just that spell. Yeah, it sounds fun. If I went back, I don't know what class I would play. Knowing me, I'd probably do Necromancer. What the hell, you know? I used to do Corpse Explosion Necromancer. Man, that was so much fun. I just didn't like using the Golem archetype. I thought that was kind of boring. I just loved exploding things. Interesting. Yeah, maybe one of these days when I'm not sure what to play, I'll try Diablo 2 again. There it is. Didn't I tell you? Every eBay stream. You guys just saw that, right? Someone clip it. We got to start keeping tabs on this. Literally. Oh, I'll try Diablo 2 someday. I scroll one, there, boom, there it is. I'm telling you, it's crazy. This happens every stream. I'm on Grand Jury Duty Hubs. I've been on it for 2 weeks. I still have 2 more weeks. Unfortunately, it is a very heavy workload at the moment, which is why I wasn't able to stream this week. I just don't have enough time. I forgot if I remembered to buy Jedi Power Battles while it was on sale on PSN. There is a new PSN sale. Falling behind on those. Thank you, Nozo. Not so much. I mean, probably. But it's like losing weight and putting on muscle weight at the same time kind of thing. So like, my weight is pretty stable, but it's probably reflecting in different ways. Comic book variant for Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2. A weird package on this. Oh, they're just showing you the comic book? Where's the game? Oh, it's the... Okay, I see what they mean. I thought they meant it was the game with the comic book. No, it's just the variant of the comic book. Well, it's like 8 hours a day plus travel. So then by the time I get home, I got other things to do besides stream. Right? Like, I gotta do the things that I couldn't do throughout the rest of the day. And it's either that or I'm exhausted. Normal full-time job, exactly. And that's why people with normal full-time jobs don't stream. At least that much. So welcome to being able to stream. It's definitely a privilege. Yeah, it was a pretty nice day today, thankfully. Tired of this freaking snow. Snow is ridiculous lately. I'm definitely looking forward to warmer weather. Get some vitamin D. Yeah, it's a little hard though, Basenji, when I'm going to the gym 5 times a week for, a couple hours a day. It is what it is. Gym takes priority for me. How many hours a night do you stream for? I'm curious. Do you do 5 or 6 hours? I don't think I ever watched the Blood Rain movie. Was this supposed to be any good? Were the Blood Rain movies actually supposed to be good? 3.5 hours max, yeah. Well, that makes sense. I couldn't imagine doing 5+ hours with a 9 to 5. That's kind of crazy. 3.5 is a good middle ground. Oh yeah, these are probably terrible. I'm looking at like the lineup back here, and I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I think there's a reason I never watched these. UA Bowl, yeah, I'm good. I'll just play the games. Oh, I was looking. I'm like looking at this cover, and I'm like, what the heck kind of variant is that? I'm trying to like read this. I'm like, what kind of? They just threw their name across the cover. It just looked like it was part of it for Requiem. Lorente. I'm weird with bad movies. I don't like movies that are meant to be bad movies, if that makes sense. I don't know. Obviously, I prefer to watch good movies. But if I stumble into a sort of like 5 out of 10 movie that has some really bad traits, but it's not something that overpowers the good parts of the movie, if that makes sense, I like it. But I'm talking about in the context of horror. I almost only watch horror movies. I don't watch too many genres of movies. I watched, over the course of the week, I watched some, I don't want to say terrible, but it was definitely pretty disappointing. Some new zombie show on Netflix called Zombievivor from Thailand. Not as good as some of the other zombie shows I've seen, I'll tell you that much. I don't know if any of you've seen that. But I pretty much have to watch anything. If it's anything having to do with zombies that isn't where comedy is not the first part of the genre, I have to watch it. Resident Evil live action films. I watched, I always liked the first one. I always thought the first Resident Evil was great. And then I watched, like, I think I only saw the second. I'm not sure if I ever bothered with the third. But apparently, pretty much most people stop after the second one anyway. And that's all you don't really need to watch the others, apparently. No, Zombivers. It's hard to. It's like part zombie, part survivor. Like stick those two words together. That's how they spell it. It's just a cliche. Like, okay, the kids are in a high school, and the high school gets taken over by zombies. But man, it was so. There was some really boring episodes. There's only 7 episodes. It tries to focus on story, but I don't want story. I just want people getting torn up by zombies. The story was pretty boring. Hard to keep track of it. There were like 20 characters. I can't keep track of all these characters. I always struggle with the Asian like horror movies and stuff because the names are hard for me to remember in these. They all wear like the same uniform. It's like it's just so hard to keep track of who's who. Need a smaller cast, or they need to kill off people sooner. Do I root for any particular sports teams? I do not. I don't watch sports. The only time I'll care is the Olympics. if I watch it that year. That's about it. Thanks, Basenji. Appreciate it very much. Thanks for the 71 months. Replacement cases. That just feels expensive for a replacement case. I don't know about you guys. Are any of you gonna spend $100+ to get some? Well, I guess they are reproduction boxes, but still, I thought they were gonna be like clamshell stuff. I guess the material and the time to print them, I could see why they'd charge $100, but it just still feels like a lot for repros. Hello, comeback. Thank you very much, Hobbs. Thank you for the 88 months. What's this guy selling? So, oh boy, my specialty, sports cards. What are you selling? Jewelry. And pocketbooks. Oh, never mind. Bracelets. I'm so glad I don't gotta do my nails before I stream. Like, I couldn't... It's enough to set up before I go live stream as it is. If I had to sit there and make sure my nails were perfect before every live stream. Like this person. Man, it would take me forever to stream. What about you? You do your nails? Come on. They're shy. They just want the necklace to shine. Five games, $29. Honestly, not terrible if they're all complete. Reasonable. It's like $5 a game. $6 a game. Give or take. Not bad. Reasonable seller. Let's see what else they got. No, they got other PS2 lots that are priced, the same way. If they do combined shipping, you can actually get a pretty good deal here. If they will combine shipping for you, then it may actually be worth buying some of these lots. Because really the shipping is what kills it a little bit. But if you can knock that down, average price per game. Good seller. I'll link their store. Well, we don't know yet. If they don't combine shipping, then not a good seller. But if they combine shipping, let's see, do they put it in a listing? I hate it when seller, like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just old school. I feel like you gotta say, I combine shipping, contact, just something in here having to do with shipping, I feel, I really, and this goes for anybody out there that's selling on eBay, I think you are losing customers if you're not being descriptive with what you do for shipping in your descriptions. Because not everybody's going to reach out to you. They're just going to... You got to remember, eBay is very impulsive when you have buy it nows. A lot of people just want to buy right now and get that immediate dopamine of being like, I bought that. But they don't want to do that with a seller that doesn't mention if they combine shipping. Because if they buy a few things and then they're like, oh, are they going to charge me $40 for shipping or are they going to charge me $15? That's why it's very important to outline what you do with combined shipping in the descriptions. So that way people will buy with confidence knowing, like, okay, this person's going to save me money. I'll link them, however, if you want to ask them. Because who wants to have to reach... Do we really want to have to message every seller like, hey, do you offer combined shipping? And then you might have to wait a day for them to respond. And then maybe by then it's all... The ones you wanted are sold already, or you just stop caring at that point. You know what I mean? Put in your descriptions what you do at combined shipping. That's the end of the story. I don't know, it's like back in the day, I'm just, I'm remembering all the old listings. Descriptions on eBay used to be like practically a website. It was like you were visiting like a GeoCities or an Angelfire webpage where it was the most descriptive thing ever. Now it's like you're lucky if the person says what the heck games are in the listing. I guess a lot of it has to do, a lot of people list from their phones and they don't want to type out stuff on their phone. Now that's a fat stack of PS2s for parts repair. If these were all working, boy, I would never have to buy a PS2 ever again. Loaded up for life. Yeah, the AI descriptions. Yep. Those are not fun either. I don't typically repair consoles, no. No. If it breaks, I just look for an alternative. Like, okay, my original broke, let's find like the FPGA version. Or, alright, let's get one that's modded with better video output or something. The only risky thing about doing free shipping on things like trading cards is a lot of times sellers factor in the cost of shipping into the card that has free shipping, right? Because you can't charge $1 free shipping for a card unless you're looking to make almost nothing. If anything, pay money to ship it. So usually the sellers that have the best deals with things like that, where you can ship them all together very cheaply, I look for the sellers that have shipping prices and then offer combined shipping. And then ideally the sellers that have auto combined shipping. Those are the best. Because then you can just add stuff to your cart and it like will calculate it automatically. There's no guessing games as to what they're going to charge. Because then you take out the shipping prices and you're only paying for the base price, essentially. Those are usually the sellers. I avoid sellers that sell cards with free shipping, I'm going to be honest with you. Because I feel like I'm not saving anything because the shipping is factored into the price. Someone in chat's probably a little more versed on that than me, Wargly. I use a brand that, like, their stuff is pretty much out of production for what I'm using. It's $10 per case. No manual. All from Game Crazy. Yeah, with trading cards, now don't get me wrong, if you sell trading cards with free shipping and someone buys multiple from you, you're going to be very happy about that because you make a lot more money that way. But yeah, the way to get more sales is definitely to charge shipping and then have it auto combine. I have a few of these. No, I mean not the reproduction box, but I have repros of some of these. That one. I streamed this one. That was actually a pretty good game. Eternal Felina. That was a pretty cool RPG. It had good music too. Those boxes look fake. They are fake, yeah. Yeah, they're repros. Those games never came out in English. Unless you mean the GameCube. The GameCube ones almost certainly were not fake, since it had the matching stickers for Game Crazy. Yeah, Super Nintendo. Yeah, those are... Some people do better reproduction boxes than others. It's not terrible. The fact that it comes with Dawn of Dreams. No manuals. I knew there had to be a catch. Because that's pretty much the price of Dawn of Dreams by itself. The sports card seller. Well, you know, I wouldn't doubt it. I hope they at least cut their nails. Still waiting to see if Maddie does her nails. Oh, hold on. Little more to the right. Well, it certainly doesn't look like... okay. I mean, it's no Coco luxury nail. That's for sure. Coco going crazy. Look at that. Last time I went to Japan. Whenever my videos are uploaded. I'd love to go back one day. Just don't know when that'll be. You just bought a few games off eBay? What kind of games did you buy? PS5 games? Some of the older PS5 games used are pretty cheap, yeah. That's pretty much standard for any consoles, though. Outside of maybe the Switch stuff. Switch 1 and 2. You know, after a year, the physical copies of most games get pretty cheap. But look at this racing lot. That's it. I just love the way that looks. So this has potential to be a very, very good deal here, by the way. If Most Wanted is complete. Which it is. Oh, it's the Platinum Hits one. Oh no, that's Pro Street. They don't show Most Wanted's manual. Let's see if I can pick it out from the crowd here. Most Wanted, for those unaware, I mean, people are paying $130 for that game right now. Upwards. So that is almost the entire price of this whole lot. Complete in box with manuals, or manual is on the disc. See, that's how you do a description. Shipping's $37, so obviously if you're in Canada, it's a bit of a better deal. But even if you're not in Canada, if you needed Need for Speed Most Wanted, and you were like, oh yeah, I'm totally wanting to buy that game for $100+, then this lot has potential to be pretty good for you. Other than that, then probably not. See what else they theme their lots around. Now, what the heck? What game is this? Leather Goddess of Phobos. Intergalactic interactive gripping graphic adventure? Excuse me? Gas pump girls meet the pulsating inconvenience from Planet X. Okay. Shame they never ported this one to like CDI or something. Scream and writhe. In the clutches of the Amazonian leather goddess when you travel to their evil pleasure palace to rescue. Alright, we're gonna stop there before YouTube flags us. The AI, it's listening. Interesting. Interesting game. Just one more reason to get into PC gaming, you know? Good seller. They got all kinds of stuff for you guys. Something for the whole family. This person was like, you know what? Let's strike while the iron is hot and sell all the Resident Evil PS4 games. Right as Requiem hits. It's a smart idea. The only problem is everybody's busy playing Requiem right now to care. Should have posted that like 2-3 weeks ago. That video game is mentioned in the movie The Martian. Oh, interesting. So it's got some notoriety. 50 PS3 games for $332. So let's see, that's the top stack. This is the bottom stack, right? Or wait, hold on. Okay, these are different games though here. Honestly, it's not a terrible lot because from what I'm seeing, there's no sports games. So it does come out to be, the shipping kind of. Shipping though. Shipping makes it like $8 a game. That may not be worth it then. Because there's a lot of games in here that are not worth $8. Game guide lot. Let's see what we got. What is that? Exclusive manga preview inside. Wait, they were going to come out with a cameo Elements of Power manga? Seriously? Did that ever become a thing? I doubt that, right? There's no way that actually came out. Yeah, if I play Requiem, it'll be in October. Cameo. Cameo is a really good launch game. It's like the perfect launch game. It still kind of holds up. The graphics are still nice. It's just a nice action platformer kind of game. More like beat 'em up platformer. It's good. It's like the last time Rare was able to make something Rare-esque, in my opinion. Like after that, they started going down the wrong rabbit hole. That is way too expensive. Sonic Crossworld. No, not as much as I was hoping. I didn't even buy the game. Well, I got it digitally from Sega. Like a couple weeks after it came out. But yeah, it was not what I was hoping it would be. I did not like the online. Wish we could just go back to the times where kart racers could just be a nice one purchase gets you everything, simple online kart racing game like All Stars Racing. Those days are gone. Everything's got to be live service now. There's too much rubber banding, too much chaos. Not a fan of Crossworlds. The single player was alright with the time trial. The time trial stuff was fun. But the online racing disappointed me. 8 PS5 games for $140. Why does this look totally not worth it? Yeah, that is someone. That's someone looking to make a quick buck. Yeah, this song encapsulates this listing perfectly. Sounded like the freaking like kazoo meme. Okay, let's see what we got here. PS3, 360, GameCube games. I mean, the game selection isn't terrible, especially on the 360 side. But the price... It's not worth it. If there was more GameCube games, it might be worth it. I'm curious about it as well. I'm curious about Forsaken as well. Or Forspoken. It does look like one of those games where the gameplay is probably fun, but everything else surrounding it is hopefully so bad it's good, you know? Yeah, I've heard the same thing about the movement actually being kind of cool. Embalmed coming through. Thanks as always, Embalmed. Do you think we're getting closer to a point where home video game consoles will be a thing of the past? Embalmed always has such interesting, fun topics of discussion, questions. I definitely think we're coming soon to that. Not next generation. There's no way they're dropping home consoles for next gen. But I can potentially see the following generation really starting to move towards, because at that point the technology, I feel like then that's when we're just going to be doing cloud streaming and you're going to pay for the ability to play games through streaming. We're not there yet. Depending on what Xbox does, I think will definitely shape the landscape of what's to come. Right? Let's see if they pivot really back in the home console stuff with this new CEO. Will they? Because the rumor is Sony is word on the street is they're gonna stop releasing most of their first-party games on PC. That's just a rumor right now. But if that's true, then consoles will definitely be very strong for next generation with the exclusives. But we'll have to see. You know what the great news is for all of us? We've got all the older stuff to play, right? So like if things get to the point where you don't want to pay to stream games, because that's the only option, you have enough games to last the rest of your life anyway. We don't got anything to worry about. I'm perfectly content with just playing retro games for the rest of my life. So I'm not like panicking, you know. If it comes to that, it is what it is. We've got so many awesome games. You can't play everything, right? There's no way you're gonna play all the retro games you want to play. So we're set, you know. Will it suck to not play the latest and greatest games? Maybe. Depends what the gaming landscape looks like at that point. Who knows how bad it is. Everything's just going to be live service microtransaction. Maybe it won't be so bad. Well, we'll see what happens, Solo Sad Boy. I'm not counting out their new CEO yet. I don't want to count them out until I see their first few decisions that they make. like pivotal decisions for Xbox. We don't want to see Xbox fail. It's very important for Sony to have a direct competitor like that. Believe me. Yeah, Xbox has a lot of reverse course to do, for sure. Hey, what's up, Uli? Good to see you. Yeah, I don't know. What are your guys' thoughts on Xbox? I'm trying to remain optimistic. I really am. Because, man, Xbox was... They weren't going down the right route as it was, you know? Maybe having somebody that isn't experienced with video games is the shakeup it needs. You never know. Because if someone isn't experienced with video games... Just think about this. This is the big brain theory here. They will take a lot of advice from the people within the company that are familiar with games because they're so unfamiliar with games that maybe the advice they take from the actual gamers in the company will sway them to do things for the gamers. You know what I'm saying? You never know. You never know. What am I shopping for? Right now, we are just looking for listings where people show their feet and crotches, because apparently that's the new fad on eBay these days. People just cannot seem to take normal photos. There's always got to be some kind of body part hanging in there. Other than that, we're just looking for good deals, interesting listings. Can't seem to make up their mind whether they're competing with Steam or with Microsoft or with Windows Xbox. It's going to be super fascinating once the Steam box enters the fray, huh? That's going to be a shakeup indeed. Some people think the older leaders left because Microsoft was soft retiring them for not going along with their plans. Yeah, I guess we'll never really know, right? Like, who was responsible for what decisions, ultimately, at the end. Maybe they were fired because, yeah, they didn't want to go along with more AI stuff. Who knows? I mean, we'll probably... It's probably going to take about a year before we see the new trajectory of Xbox. Yeah, I don't know whatever happened with Sega's announcement of remakes, right? They had that really cool thing like, oh man, we're remaking all these classic games. And then we haven't heard anything. Nothing. Silence. I'm thinking that maybe that stuff is going to be tied into some kind of Sega game service. I hate that. I know we don't want another streaming service, but it just feels like they might be hiding those games behind some kind of paid wall where you get access to them for like paying them a monthly fee. Oh, thanks, Funky. Very kind to you. Gifting out 5 subs to the lurkers. And some long timers getting the hook up there as well. Really, really appreciate it. PS6. I'm not good at predicting that kind of stuff, unfortunately. Personally, I wouldn't want the PS6 to come out for like another 3 years, at least. It just feels... The PS5 still feels like it hasn't reached its full potential. Look at Resident Evil Requiem. Look how cool that game is looking, right? People are very happy with the graphics in that. Yeah, we still got to give PS5 time. Sega Super Game is supposed to come out next month too, but they still haven't technically announced it. Yeah, that game that they spent like, how much was it? 600 million on some ridiculous number. Can't wait to see. Maybe it's not a game. It might be this. I've been theorizing for a very long time. I've mentioned. Because remember, Sega, not that long ago, removed their like Sega collection stuff off of Steam. They removed all those old Sega games off of being able to be bought on Steam. Why? What do they got planned? I truly feel like they have some kind of streaming service that is coming, where you either like download the hub world for it, right? And then you buy the games once you're within the hub world, which they've done something very similar to that in the past. I forget what they called it. Or it's going to be a pay, like maybe $8 a month, $8 a month. And you get access to like their whole repertoire of games, something. Maybe they put a huge amount of money into investing into that. Who knows? It would be cool to see Sega come out swinging with something crazy, though. Thanks, Juicy Booch. Appreciate it. Thanks for the super chat. PS6 kicks off the new decade. I don't want the PS5. You know, I'm always excited for new console generations, but I feel like we got so much gas left in the tank for this current generation. I don't think most of us are ready to move on yet. Oh, hold on, the shipping's very reasonable on this. What's in here? Hunter the Reckoning, Medal of Honor, Tao Feng, Dead or Alive Ultimate. Fable. Yeah. Just a little too expensive. There'll be something coming soon, Basenji. Oh man, yeah. Calling it Sega Channel would be amazing. I'd be all for that. I've heard some rumblings about 3DS carts not working. Yeah. I mean, like, you know, long term, but I don't know. I guess we'll see, right? Guess we'll see if everybody's 3DS carts just start mass dying. It's time for everybody to just get themselves a equivalent of an R4 and just enjoy the games that way, right? But I'm not researched on the topic. I tend not to look into that kind of stuff too heavily because a lot of it I fear is just drummed up to get the clicks. If it starts happening to me, then I'll let you know. Yeah, Persona Q is known for having an issue like that. That's the only one that's, like, confirmed. Pretty sure my copy is like that, too. Yeah, maybe this huge investment by Sega is like a physical. Hey, maybe they're coming out with a little plug-and-play console that's going to be called the Sega Channel, and that's why it's such a big, expensive endeavor, and it's something that can be updated month by month. Like, Man, you know how excited I would be? How nostalgic it would be if it was a Sega Channel console where, you plug it into your TV and then you do pay a monthly fee. Let's just say $9.99, $14.99. But every month they swap the games out just like old school Sega Channel, and they'll put like exclusives in there. I can absolutely see that being their whole huge expensive endeavor that is still a secret. Because that would be expensive, right? If they're producing something physical like that, you never know. I could see it. Sega gets back into the console market, sort of. Not quite. They're not releasing physical games or anything, but they'll release their games on Sega Channel. That would be big. The coverage that would get alone would be like, the publicity would be crazy. And there it is. Imagine if this had the Sega Channel in there. My goodness. That would be a little trippy. And I'm not even saying this like, oh yeah, like, I'm pretty serious. That feels like something that can happen. It really feels like something that could happen. Because Sega has been experimenting a lot these days with releasing little like plug and play style things. You've seen so many of those things over the years from them, right? And they're tapping into that nostalgia of remaking games, announcing remakes of games. Hold on. Maybe this is why they have been so silent on those Sega classics that they were remastering, right? Like the Golden Axe game, Crazy Taxi, Jet Set. Maybe that's why we haven't seen a damn thing about any of those games, because they're going to be launch games for the Sega Channel. Launch. See, now I'm getting excited. I want it to be true. Yeah, we're getting all excited, and all it's going to be is just a cloud streaming service that you got to pay $20 a month for. You don't own a Sega Channel. Absolutely. Yeah, Sega has huge brand recognition and respect. And I truly believe if they did something like that with the Sega Channel, people would eat it up like crazy. Imagine if they released Sonic the Hedgehog 5 as a Sega Channel exclusive. Think about it. Day one, you need the Sega Channel. Sonic 5. What the heck happened here? I changed the search anyway. And if I call this right, you guys better remember this. If they suddenly come out with a Sega Channel, or at least something that is very similar to what I'm describing, you remember this talk. That is a weird looking Pac-Man. there's only so many ways you can draw Pac-Man, right? The OG that started it all as to why I don't like steelbooks. Perfect Dark Zero. First game I ever got with a steelbook. It was a gift, so I didn't personally get it. I think? No, that would have been a day one launch game on... Wait, did I get Perfect Dark Zero for launch? No, I had to have. Or maybe it was the only option? I think when I went to buy it, it was the only option. Either way, I always hated the way it looked on my shelf next to other 360 games. It's just weird. Right? Like, all your other games are uniform in a normal case, and then this game just sitting there in a steelbook. It just looked odd. Now, if you have a huge collection of steelbook games, that's a different story. But to just have like a odd one here or there, just I'm not a fan. Hello, Caleb. Do everything gaming prices will go back to pre-COVID? No, I don't think so. You'll just see it fluctuating from now on. Nothing will ever get back to being that cheap. Especially as time goes on and more and more people are getting into retro games because a lot of people are just being priced out of modern games. People are tired of games being digital only, live service, $70+. A lot of people are just getting back into the older stuff. And it'll continue to be that way. There will always be a supply of people interested in buying retro stuff. I used to have this poster. It was a cool poster. I did play Warcraft 3 a little bit back in the day. Online and everything. Not as much as StarCraft, but I did play it online. It was fun. My memories are very vague, though, playing that game. Not as vivid as StarCraft or Diablo. You wish the ESRB logos were removable stickers? Yeah, imagine that back in the day. Little Billy just like taking E for Everybody and slapping it over the top of M-rated games. Actually, no, that's not a terrible... It's not a bad idea. Somebody make some ESRB stickers on Etsy. E for Everybody or T for Teen. And the kids can bring it into the store and slap it over the M-rated games. Nobody will ever know. Thanks, Jimmy Boy. Thanks very much for the resub. Hello, Retro. It's a funny emote. Oh yeah, there's a couple people I gotta call out here real quick on Kick before I forget. Padrino resubbed on Kick yesterday, and then Blake and also resubbed earlier today, so thank you to the two of you. There were some things that came through while I was off stream. Let me see if there were any on the Twitch end before I started tonight. Nope. It's everybody. No, my parents didn't care about ESRB. But some people's parents did for sure. That's sad for them. More so it was the employees. Anytime there was a time where when I tried to get, what was it? Vice City? Yeah, when I tried to buy Vice City, KB Toys turned me away. So they did their job, right? And then when I tried to rent Conker's Bad Fur Day, Blockbuster wouldn't let me rent it. Of course, I got around both of those issues, but, you know, going in there by myself, they weren't having it. One of my favorite Kirby plushes. It's just because it is an early plush, but it really captures that early look of Kirby. What else does this person have? Taiwanese Sonic plush. That is real. Like that actually. It looks like a bootleg, but it is real. Cool shop. Got a lot of weird stuff. Did you guys see that new plush for Pikachu? The one that's like made to look like it's from a Game Boy. Looks awesome. I'm sure that's sold out too, like everything else Pokemon. Can't have anything fun anymore for Pokemon. Everything's just got to be sold to scalpers. It's like anytime I see something new Pokemon, I don't even get excited anymore because I'm like, well, I'm not gonna waste my life trying to order that for retail. Waiting in line or whatever the heck you gotta do. So pretty much just accept the fact I'm not getting any of that stuff. Your Blockbuster made you bring your mom's driver's license. That's pretty funny. That's a pretty laid-back Blockbuster then. World War II Sniper Call to Victory PC Big Bucks. It's like something that should have been ported to PS2. ColecoVision homebrew. I'm pretty sure without the reprint, Blue Reflection would probably be like $200. I'm pretty sure about that because that game was trending very high before the reprint. That is a very busy photo. Let's examine their house, shall we? What do they got hanging on the wall? It's like DVDs or something. Is that a baking tray hanging from the wall? Right, it looks like it's for cupcakes or something. You see it? I think it's a photo. Maybe. Then again, some of these things hanging up here, that very well may be a baking tray. See if we got a better photo. This one. It did show it in the background, but this is a crazy movie, by the way. Interesting film if you've ever seen that one. Some interesting scenes, to say the least. Snip, snip. I can see this person. This person's into the messed up films genre, I see. Yes, indeed. Oh, thanks, Shanoa. I'll thank you for popping in despite the time. So, when you buy a UMD, do you really watch it, Benster? Are you sitting there with your PSP watching it? Not to say it's bad or anything. I'm curious about people that buy UMDs if they actually watch them. Sold you a copy of Operation Darkness a few years ago for a fourth of that price. Sounds about right. Oh, I'm glad you bought it when you did. Honestly, though, if you're traveling somewhere, you're on a plane or whatever, watching a movie on a PSP doesn't really seem like that bad of an idea. It frees up your phone, frees up your tablet where you can like multitask at the same time. It's not necessarily a terrible way to watch a movie. Cyberpunk LED collar, made by Starside Armory. What the hell? Huh. What? I haven't played Cyberpunk, so I'm not too familiar with... I'm assuming this is a very prevalent thing in the game, right? Maybe. It's weird. What was this used for? So apparently they just make very low production of props. You have $300 for a curved LED strip. Exactly. Yeah, these physical copies of Resident Evil Requiem are pretty pricey considering they're sold out everywhere. That doesn't happen often with games these days. I wish I had more memories of watching movies on UMD, but I barely had any of them. Spider-Man, obviously, everybody had that one. But I think the only one I ever really bought was Tron. That was actually the first time I ever watched Tron. The first Tron was on UMD. See, this person knows what's up. See, they're selling Dracula X, card only. But then they're also selling Dracula X manual only. Now, they could have put the two together, but they're probably asking top dollar for the highest possible price you can pay for a manual of this and a card of this. If they put them together, people would expect it to be cheaper, so that is a strategy you could use if you're not in a rush to sell two things at once when it comes to something this rare. You help somebody out that is looking for just the manual. There's always somebody looking for just manuals for Super Nintendo stuff for sure. And then the thing too about just selling cart only, personally I find most people either go full complete in box or cart only. There's not too many people that go for cart with manual. Right? It's either all or nothing. So separating the two of them actually makes some sense if you think about it. I don't know about any of you, especially with the prices now. If I'm going to be paying for a manual, I better have the box with it too. I don't want just the manual in the cart. Did I watch those old stop motion movies? I still love, but I used to love stop motion as a kid. Ray Harryhausen, man, I watched every movie that he did animation in when I was younger. Jason and the Argonauts, Clash of the Titans, the Sinbad movies, anything that he did stop motion in. But Jason and the Argonauts was always my favorite. That is a... Man, if you haven't seen that movie, it's a classic. Still holds up. Yeah, stop motion still holds up. What was the last movie? What was the name of that movie? It was one that came out a few years ago. It was like a horror stop motion movie. What the heck was the name of it? Can't remember. Really impressive movie. I love stop motion. It's such a underutilized form of art for films and games because it's so time consuming when you do it the right way. Mad God, yeah, it was probably Mad God. Mad God was pretty good. Look at this. Did any of you go to GameStop to get Resident Evil 9 and get a tote bag? Someone's asking $45 for it. People eating good in Resident Evil land right now. This one here, almost gone. $30 shipped, pretty much. So, congratulations. Your tote bag pays for a portion of the game. If you want to get rid of it. Hello, Xander. Yeah, I'm glad that Resident Evil 9 apparently turned out great. I was a little worried about it. But apparently the Grace sections, people are enjoying it. So that's good. Because I'm sure the Leon stuff is great. Is it a scary game? How scary? On a scale of 1 to 10 in terms of Resident Evil scariness, is it scarier than Resident Evil 7 in VR? Probably not, right? Okay, is it scarier than Resident Evil 8? Because Resident Evil 8 wasn't too crazy. It's horrifying. That's not good. I don't need no more terrifying games to play in October. I was worried about those Grace sections, boy. They looked rough. They look scary. How's the Leon stuff though? Is it like, does it feel true survival horror-esque during his segments? Or is it just more of like a refined Resident Evil 4 kind of experience? Perfect balance of both. Okay, good. Grace is true survival horror, Leon is Resident Evil 4. Yeah, it sounds... So she's not just like... just running away all the time. So there are survival horror elements with her. Grace is true classic Resident Evil. Wow, okay. Good to know. That sounds pretty cool. Are you guys playing her segments in first or third person? So first person is the way to go. Alright, well, unfortunately, I've got to wait till October. But the good news is, by then, everybody should have played Resident Evil 9 by then, so... no excuse at that point. You can watch me get jump scared, because there won't be spoilers. Metal Wolf Rev. Anytime I see a game like this, it's like, alright, it's about to be a visual novel game. Sure enough. There's so many of those. So many of them on PS2. Sports alike, 88 game set. Wow, it's very rare that you see someone from Japan selling sports lots. Even they can't get rid of them. They're like, please take them off our hands. Check out this cover for Wild Wild Racing, though. Look at that. I've never seen the Japanese cover for that before. That's kind of cool. Way different than what we got in the US. Codename Ham. Thanks very much, Ham. Thank you for the 54 months. All right, let's get ready to do affiliate. Okay, this week it's between the dates of February 15th and February 21st. So if you use my affiliate link between those dates to buy something on eBay, hopefully what you bought shows up on here. And just a reminder for anybody watching on any platform, if you want your stuff to show up during my affiliate reviews, supports me at the same time. All you do is just click my eBay affiliate link, which is in the every video and stream description on YouTube. You click it, that's the US eBay affiliate link. If you want international links, you either got to go to my link tree, which I believe is linked on YouTube. I'm pretty sure I have that on there. If not, it's on... Wait, do I not have the link tree? Yeah, I'm actually not sure where the heck I have... Well, it's easy to find. It's the same name I use everywhere. It's just a standard PeteDorr URL. Or on Twitch, the international links are on the About section. Starting us off, we have Dayton Family What's on My Mind 90s rap album. I have no idea who that is. BenQ 4K HDR monitor. For $371. Let's see what the monitor looks like. BenQ, a pretty good brand, right? It's like a nice monitor. eBay refurbished, 38% off. I do not play horror games outside of October, so come October time, you'll see me playing Resident Evil and many other horror games. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Arcade Attack for the DS. That is certainly a TMNT game that I don't see often. Like, that cover barely rings a bell for me. Classic Turtles All New Adventure. Interesting. They go full 3D on this? Is this any good? Where's Echo? Echo can probably tell us. Go head to head in your all-time favorite boss fights. It actually looks not bad. Oh, this isn't the one they bought. This, I don't know why they're showing me. This is a sealed copy or something. Yeah, that's why it's 130. The game is apparently more like 20 bucks. $50 game disc repair service. That's the way to do it. You buy a lot with a bunch of scratch games for next to nothing and then just send it off to this person to repair them for a little more than $1 per disc. Hey, what's up, Big Z? Good to see you. Not a bad way to do it. Hopefully it's a good service and the games start working. Japanese Final Fantasy VIII for the PS1. For $8. Yakuta Nakamura Animation Original Collection. Let's see what we got. It's probably the same person that bought all those art books last week. Oh, it's a flip book. Oh, those are cool. I don't own any flip books. So it's like an animation as you're flipping through it. That's really cool. You thought about buying broken 3DSs and fixing them? That's a good market to get into right now, boy, let me tell you. Because 3DSs are selling like crazy right now. So if you're able to actually repair 3DS, now is a good time to do it. Best of the 80s books. Best of the 80s what? Just in general? Music CDs. Do they tell us who's on here? Fortunately, they do not. Hello, Cloud. Sega Game Gear game lot. Seems pretty standard for Game Gear. Just cute little lot, 38 bucks. Sonic, NBA Jam, Columns, Blackjack, Deep Duck. Philips S-Video cable, gold-plated. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that that might be for the CDI from last week. Maybe. I could be wrong. Get the Philips S-Video to match the Philips CDI? Come on. Wonder Boy, the Dragon's Trap, Game Gear, and case clean. Someone's collecting Game Gear. Someone is interested in playing backwards compatible games. Would I recommend a Series X? Like, if that's the main motivation to pick one up. I would say owning a Series X for backwards compatibility is totally worth it. Totally worth it. Pirate the games and use the money to buy gold. That is a valid strategy. For sure. You'd be very happy if you invested in golds over the years right now, that is for sure. Do you do that yourself, Mr. XA? But yes, I definitely recommend the Series X. If you're big into 360 and there's a ton of 360 games that you want to play that are backwards compatible, Series X is worth it. Those games run so nice on that thing. Amazing loading times. You know, the upscaling that some of the games get, like it's good. Final Fantasy 13 actually has upgraded cutscenes on the Series X. The cutscenes are the best looking on that version. It had Pac-Man Fever on it, which is somewhat rare. Oh, interesting. Oh, wow. That's a pretty cool CD then. MCM 6-way video control center, 6 inputs, 2 outputs. It's always good to have that kind of stuff to manage the wires. Listing for Dorian. Oh boy. They doxed you, Dorian. Imagine if they put your last name. Alright, let's see the special listing for Dorian. Congratulations on your new dog. I didn't know you can buy a dog on eBay. Oh, sorry. It's Driving Emotion Type S, Kessen 2, and Goblin Commander Unleash the Hordes. For $36. Driving Emotion Type S? I don't even remember what the cover of that looks like. That's got to be one of those, like, Tokyo Extreme Racers, right? Interesting. Man, that is not a game that was ever on my radar. Squaresoft? Huh. I'm gonna be honest, I never knew that Squaresoft put out a driving game like this on PS2. Now I'm interested. Choose between normal or simulation mode depending on how realistic you want the handling. See, now we're talking. Let's get some Ridge Racer drifting going here. Get that simulation crap out of here. Huh. I will have to look into getting this game. Very interesting. I mean, I know the cover now that I see it, but I had no idea this was from Squaresoft. Learned something new today. Hello, Black Mamba. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3DS ESRB. Someone's picking up a bunch of Turtles games. Mike Tyson's Punch-Out complete for the NES. $200. That's what happens when you buy complete in box NES games these days. Racing Lagoon. Yeah, I'm aware of Racing Lagoon. I just never knew about that other one. I hate it when they do this. They're not letting us see it. I don't understand why. It's not that old of a listing. All I'm doing is looking it up. Let me try one more time. Like, it just redirects you to a different listing. So weird. Yeah, it doesn't work. Don't know what causes that. Final Fantasy Origins for the PS1. I feel like that version of Final Fantasy 1 and 2 are really going to get pushed to the side due to the pixel remasters. Did I put my games in plastic protector sleeves? Not all of them. I got a lot of my Game Boy Color games in plastic protectors. I bought a bunch of plastic protectors for some of my other consoles. I've just been too lazy to get around to unfolding a lot of them. Airheads Chewy Fruit Candy Variety Pack. No. You need to be buying apples and bananas. Greek yogurt. Cottage cheese. Airheads. I don't think I ever really used to eat much of this when I was younger. I had them, but I guess I never really got into these. Where's the nutrition info? They're hiding it, look at that. It's alright, I'll find a different listing that has it. Or do they all hide it? Oh, come on. Someone's got to show you the nutrition. You gotta be kidding me. You. This person definitely does, I can tell. There we go. Serving size, 1 bar. Honestly, 60 calories is not that bad. Alright, I'll give it to Airheads. 11 grams of added sugar for a candy bar, even though it's very thin. It could be worse. That could be worse. You know, you're only getting pure sugar and corn syrup and whatever the hell some of this other craziness is in here. Palm oil. Red 40, blue 1, yellow 6, and yellow 5. Consume them very moderately. Be careful. Yeah, I haven't ate candy like that in so long. Pure sugar candy. Closest I came to it recently was I had a few Welch's gummies out of desperation. That was it. Those things were sweet. Invictus Victory by Pacao Rabanne. Extreme Cologne. Extreme Cologne. I didn't know such a thing existed. So does that mean that it's like twice as powerful as regular cologne? My God. Looks like the kind of thing you'd go like rescue at the end of an Uncharted game or something, or Tomb Raider. It's like the freaking Holy Ark. The Goblet of Extreme Cologne. But hopefully it works for you. Hopefully the cologne works out for you. Let us know. Hey, what's up, Epic? Jury duty has been very monotonous and slow, interesting, and time-consuming. 2 more weeks to go. Shining Force of Haja Game Gear. I forgot where they ported this, right? It's definitely playable off the Game Gear now. Just can't remember how they made this available over the years. And the Game Gear itself, 4 parts, only $23. Snacks. Well, people might bring in snacks themselves, but they don't give you nothing there. I just bring in my protein shakes and my protein meals, and I'm good. No battery covers, but if you can fix that thing up, you got a really good deal on a nice little Game Gear. Complete with some very cleanable fingerprints, hopefully. No, it'll be about the same length as all my eBay streams. Somewhere in the 4 to 5 hour range, how they typically go. Yeah, it depends what time I start. But thank you to everybody that used the affiliate link as always. Always fun to look through and see what you guys picked up. Purchase of the week. I give it to the Extreme Cologne. Congratulations. Followed up by the listing for Dorian. Because we often never see custom listings like that. I didn't see the date for early access, June 1st, huh? That's sooner than I was expecting. Well, that's good. Good news. Beta starting tomorrow. Man, that's... the timing on that is... that's rough. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to be jumping into that right now. Yeah, I don't think I'd have time for the beta. So does the beta last until June 1st? How does that work? It's closed, but I got a key. Even if I missed the opportunity for a key, I'm pretty sure if I reached out to them, I could probably get a key if I really wanted one. I mean, that robot guy, I forget his name, he follows me. He followed me when I was streaming it last time on Twitch, so I'm pretty sure he'd probably hook me up with a key. Yeah, loving robot. I mean, if they allow you to stream it, I don't see how they would. Because I bring in some of the higher viewers that game was getting back when I streamed it, so I'm sure they'd like the exposure. But the timing of that beta is rough. I plan on playing Pokemon Leaf Green. I plan on doing Rave Racer soon. I'm going to just be busy in general, so it's like, I don't know if I'd be able to fit an MMO. Not probably, I almost certainly wouldn't be able to right now. Not for 2 weeks. But I'm excited for Monsters and Memories. I'll definitely be there for the early access for sure. June 1st. That's good. That is my most anticipated game for the year. I really hope that game's going to be good. I mean, I know it's good, but I just hope it's a successful launch. Did you get the shiny Charmander after 13 hours? That doesn't sound long enough to get it on full odds resetting. This is a cool game. I do not recommend paying $225 for Fighting Fantasy. But if you have another way to play the game, it's actually a very good dungeon crawler. I bought this game day one when it released. I'm pretty sure I may be the only person on planet Earth that bought this game day one when it came out. I went to GameStop, eBay, whatever the heck it was at the time. Electronics Boutique, maybe. I've been disconnected. I'm waiting for it to reconnect. Come on. There we go. I don't know what that does to the YouTube stream. I have no idea. Knowing YouTube, it probably took it down. I don't know. Twitch, that's going to mess up the Twitch stream for sure. Haven't had a disconnect like that in a while. Are we back yet? Anyway, as I was saying, if you pick this game up on day one, it came with an actual Fighting Fantasy book, the Warlock Firetop Mountain book. Back. Yeah, OBS disconnected. I haven't seen that in a very long time. What happened on the YouTube side? Did the stream go down? I'm curious. I don't think I've ever had that happen while I'm streaming on YouTube. Oh no. It's down again. And it's back. That's not good. I'm just waiting. Anyway, I recommend Fighting Fantasy. It's way better than the Orcs and Elves game that people mix it up with. So YouTube, it just goes down. Does the stream remain up? Like, what actually happens on YouTube's end when that happens? Twitch goes down completely. Like, it messes up everything. With the viewers and everything. YouTube, I don't know what the heck it does. Kick? It looks like Kick went down completely. Damn. It booted everybody out of there. I love it when these people use like some AI thing to choose the background image for the game. The best thing it can come up with for Oblivion was it tried to mimic the Oblivion gate. It thought it was a hole in the side of a mountain, apparently. That's pretty clever. The Blob, yeah, I bought the Blob day one launch on the Wii. Day one launch. I enjoyed the Blob. It was a fun Wii exclusive at the time. I never played the sequel, though. By the time that came out, I stopped caring about the Blob. Gonna be honest. Wait, isn't Aragon a turn-based RPG on the DS? Or am I not remembering this right? I'm pretty sure this... Unless I'm thinking... No, I think I might be thinking of the Game Boy Advance one as a turn-based RPG. Yeah. Wow. I don't see the cover for Shepherd's Crossing often on the PSP. I love the duck. I still haven't played Shepherd's Crossing, but I always just remember the PS2 cover. I wonder if I'd like this game. Isn't this more of a puzzle kind of game, though? Right? It's not like a traditional farming game, right? From what I understand. Hello, Rogelio. Didn't know there was an unreleased DS game of the first to Blob. No, I don't think I was aware of that. It's always sad to learn about unreleased games. Hopefully one day it gets dumped and playable. So, I know the YouTube crowd isn't too familiar with how I do horror games yet, but just know for me, unfortunately I don't play any horror games outside of October. Every October I do my horror game month, and I cram as many horror games as I can into that month, but that also includes any new horror games that came out earlier in the year. So it's very easy to know when I will be playing horror games on stream, because it all happens in October. The downside is I don't play horror games outside of October. Very rare exceptions with something that's like horror adjacent. That isn't quite something I'd play in October. Has been dumped, so that's cool. So it's got a full 3D engine and everything. Is it pretty much just like the... Is it just like the game on Wii, visually? Silver Magi phone complete. This looks ridiculous, but I love it. Look at the flip phone. That is amazing. Definitely a product of its time. What do you do with it? Imagine busting out a phone like that today and actually using it. People would think you were crazy. And you gotta talk into it, like over here. Move over, engage. What do I think about playing with a guide or a walkthrough? That is very dependent on the game. If I'm streaming, I'm typically not using a guide. Unless I absolutely get stuck in some extreme way. But the nice thing is typically when you stream games, somebody in chat can help you. So it's like I have a guide on hand at all times, essentially, because if I get stuck, there's usually someone there that can help if I need it. So my use of guides these days, pretty limited. I just want you guys to know that I've had this Buffy game for years, and every October it gets cut from the lineup, so I figured I'd let you know that it hasn't made it in quite yet. But one of these Octobers, you'll see me stream Buffy the Vampire Slayer on the DS. I'm sure it'll be an experience to remember. Alright, so that's an example of the kind of stuff that I may stream in October. Thank you, Moggy. Thank you very much for the resub, 13 months. Am I going to do Hellraiser in October? I forget that that's even a thing coming out. But if it's out in time for October, I'm sure I might. Oh yeah, I'm sure that's not a real cell phone. The hell are we listening to right now? But why are we listening to Somewhere Over the Rainbow right now? Like, what game is this from? I mean, it's got to be Wizard of Oz Super Nintendo, right? It has to be. Looks like it. Remix. Can I rock a beard? No. I don't have the ability to do beards. It's more of a goatee. But I don't really grow it out much anymore these days. It cycles through the music randomly, so it's I remember we heard this one of the other weeks. Let me change the playlist to the other one. I like these playlists because these remixes don't typically give me copyright issues. How have you guys been enjoying Neo 3, by the way? I haven't heard anybody talk about it. I popped in on a stream of it for like 10 minutes and it looked pretty challenging. Chrono Link just coming through with the casual 114 months tier 2. Thanks, Chrono, as always. So much for that message. You love coming in here after your tea? Well, I enjoy tea as well. I'm sure that's what you meant, right? Thanks, Chrono, as always. Welcome back, Dingus. We haven't found anything too crazy recently, but I'm gonna swap back to auction soon and see if enough time has passed where we see any things ending. I don't think enough time has passed quite yet. I might need to wait a little bit longer because I think I stopped auctions when they were like almost 2 hours from ending, so I think we gotta wait a bit. Tabletop RPG sessions. Yeah, I remember you mentioning that. I'm glad that you're still doing it. Sounds like a lot of fun. This song, Theme of Love, Final Fantasy IV remix. Are you still doing the same campaign kind of thing? Or you skip around to like different tabletop RPGs? Or different campaigns? I'm not sure if you're just doing D&D or something. I've heard of that one for real fan, Legend of Kage too, but I have not played that yet. You're heading off, Robert. Have a good night. Wait, first spoken for $19? Hold on, how much are people... Is that normally what people are asking for this game? I feel like it's gotta be way lower than that, right? Yeah. I was gonna say, if Forspoken selling for $20, that's news to me. You're offered this game for free. They got the copies from a land. Did they really get the copies from a landfill? For real? Wait, okay, how did that... How are you offered a game for free from a landfill? Where did it come... Like, who was the person or company that was getting it from a landfill? Power play pool. See, now this is the kind of janky crap I'd want for DS. Right? Something... $8.50 free shipping. Probably a terrible little pool game, but I bet you it's got good music. I bet you. And you know what? Playing pool on the DS with a touchscreen is probably way more fun than we're imagining. You can treat the stylus like you're, you're teeing it up, right? Like you're just hitting the pool balls. I'm sure it's pretty fun for 5 minutes. Wow. Fear is 5 discs on the PC? First encounter assault recon, yeah. Did not know that. I'm honestly still surprised that Lost Kingdoms is as affordable as it is, given that it is a amazing game developed by From Software, exclusive to the GameCube. Right? That's like all the workings for being way more than $70. You guys agree? Like, I'm always shocked at how, for GameCube standards, how affordable this game still is. Especially given the genre. It's an RPG with a card collecting spin on. Like, it's so different. So different. Still gotta play the sequel. But the first one's great. I really liked it. Except for the final boss. The final boss was not fun. Oh, thanks so much, Blizzard. Thank you very much for the golden doorknob sub. Look at that. You got the golden door face badge in chat now. You're like one of the first ones with it. Thanks for sticking around for so long. What is that photo? I don't even react to it anymore because we pass by it every single week for like months now. But yeah, there's someone that has some very interesting thumbnails. Coming soon placeholder. You love Lost Kingdoms and gave up on the final boss? Oh, I gave up too, don't feel bad. Yeah, I love the game. That final boss, I couldn't do it. I gave up. I'm like, you know what? I'll like this game more if I don't put up with beating this final boss. And sure enough, I ended up liking the game more because I didn't put up with the final boss. Because that would have ruined the game for me. I have not played Manhunt on PSP. No, I played it on PS2. How does the PSP version differ much? Did they change anything fundamental about the gameplay? Perspective or anything? Or is it just straight up a port? Controls drove you crazy. Oh, the controls on PSP for that, I'm sure, are pretty wild. Still don't think I have a copy of Angel of Darkness. Really want to try this game. I'm excited. I'm still very excited for that Tomb Raider 1 remake that's coming out. I don't care about the other Tomb Raider stuff. Lost Atlantis or whatever they're calling it. I really hope it's good. Yeah, Atlantis is the remake of the first Tomb Raider, which is why I care about it. But it had a really good trailer. Here's another. I still gotta pick this up. There's not too many Wii games that I want still, but this is one of them. Castlevania Judgment. I feel like I would love this kind of fighting game now. See, people always ask me about fighting games. These are the kind of fighting games that I want to play. The janky crap. Man, I missed out on playing this game online, huh? Wow. That's really a shame. I had no idea this had online. That's a shame. Four to six collection on PS4, PS5 has it in there. I'd probably just go for the PS2 version. Especially if the collection on PS4 and 5 is just like a glorified emulated version. Nothing wrong with that, but I feel like I'd play it on PS2. Well, there was a crash. Sadly, when like my streaming software crashes, Twitch viewers, this used to happen to me all the time back in the day. Pretty much anybody that was like lurking or something, it just like it gets rid of them. They'd have to manually refresh the stream. So if say somebody fell asleep to my stream and they had it playing on their iPad or their phone or something, and my stream crashes, it doesn't reload the stream. It essentially just breaks the stream. It's always been an issue. Happens to everybody. It's not just me, like everybody. If you ever have a stream crash on Twitch. YouTube handles it much nicer. YouTube was not affected at all. Twitch, that's a different story. Pokemon Snap is a game. I feel like with Pokemon's 30th anniversary, I think playing Leaf Green is gonna like set off Pokemania in me. I really feel like playing Leaf Green is gonna make me want to play many other Pokemon games this year. I have not played Pokemon Snap practically since it came out, I believe. Because I don't own Pokemon Snap. I rented it. It was a perfect rental game. So I haven't played this in a very long time. Very nostalgic game. Depends how you're watching. Yeah, the TVs don't reload it. And a lot of people watch Twitch on TVs these days. Believe it or not, like the stats for people that watch Twitch on TVs is pretty astronomical. Higher than you'd think. Why don't I think games with attainable platinum trophies don't affect the value of a game? Wait, are you asking, like, do I think games with easy platinums affect the price of the game? I never really thought about the price of a game being affected by an easy platinum. I never thought about it that way, honestly. No, I've played Black and White. I bought those, but I never played Black or White 2. Whatever the heck they called that one. I had ups and downs with Pokemon over the years. There were times where I was really into it, and then there were times where I could just care less about it. And unfortunately, I think when Fire Red Leaf Green came out, I was in my I don't care about Pokemon phase. It would have been like high school. I don't think I was really playing Pokemon at that time. I was probably very busy playing SOCOM or something. Didn't have time for no Pokemon then. But I have played most new Pokemon games as they've come out. But typically, usually never, when they do that like second iteration, like, oh, here's when Crystal came out, right? I don't do the second release of the same game kind of thing. Never really been into that. And there, of course, there it is, Pokemon White version 2. Because eBay tends to show me things I'm talking about. Yeah, I never played these versions of Black and White. As I understand it, this is like a completely new game though, right? Like, it's not just like an updated version, it's just a continuation of the first Black and White, right? Are they any good? I know some people love Black and White. I'm gonna be completely honest though, like, I get a lot of those mid-generation Pokemon games completely mixed up. I can't remember a darn thing about the difference between Black and White and X and Y and Sun and Moon. Like, okay, maybe Sun and Moon, but a lot of them, they kind of just blend together for me in my memory. It's an amazing game, yeah. But I'd probably have to play Black and White again to go into Black and White 2 would be my guess. We'll see. If a lot of people watch me play Pokemon Leaf Green and it's like a really popular stream for the whole time I'm playing it, maybe this year I play some of the other Pokemon games that I haven't played since they came out or never played, right? Like maybe I do a playthrough of Pokemon Black and then Black version 2. But you know, those are pretty long games, so it's gotta be streams that are worth doing. I like the Winds and Waves trailer. I thought the environments looked awesome. I am hopeful that game is going to be really good. If it's in 60 frames, I'm pretty sure I'll love it. Did you guys see, though, that Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green is censored on the Switch, too? Did you see that? You can no longer name your rival inappropriate names. They force you to name it something different. I thought that was pretty funny. Good old Nintendo. I'll type it in chat what they correct it to. So it'll be something like this. Something like that. I can only imagine how extensive the list of words are that they try and filter out. I think I always used to just name my rival Gary, I'm gonna be honest. As most people probably do. Blue. Yeah, Blue and Gary are probably the more common ones. Wait, this person offers a 1-year warranty? There's no way. So this random person, if you contact them 364 days from now and say, I want to return the game, they're going to let you do it? I don't believe it. Comes with a 1-year warranty. Yeah, sure. Sure. Bestseller on eBay if they actually How are they gonna process a refund a year out? The listing won't even exist anymore. Sealed PS2 demo disc of Sonic Rebels, yeah. Sealed demo discs are a very like specialized kind of thing. It's gonna take a long time to find the right buyer for that. Prices being all over for that are just simply because nobody knows what the price of that. So if I were you, just look at whatever the lowest one is and just make yours slightly lower. And continue the trend. There are not many sealed demo disc collectors out there, I'll tell you that much. That's a funny name. Naming your Pokemon, oh shit, that's pretty funny. Because then when, instead of saying like, oh, Pikachu's evolving, it'll say, oh shit, it's evolving. I think that's such a funny name. I never thought of that one. Oh shit, it grew to level 5. Ejector tool? Wow. I forgot that's a thing for the expansion pack. None of you can convince me that you still have your ejector tool for your expansion pack. There's no way. Not possible. No way. You definitely lost that thing. Plus, I think I just got mine with Donkey Kong anyway, so... As most people probably did. That is pretty funny though. I would actually name one of my Pokemon oh shit it if they let you do it in Fire Red Leaf Green. That's such a clever name. Oh shit it fainted. Just let us have some fun, Nintendo. Come on. It's not like you're playing online or anything. $23 for Mag, yeah. Mag is a tough sell. There's not much you can do at Mag at this point. Let's check out sold listings. I'm gonna be honest though, I'm not the type of person, I've never carried Pokemon over from one game to the next. I always start fresh. Always. I don't like the idea of bringing in Pokemon that are already fully developed and leveled up from one game into another. I really like starting fresh and having to like work on building up and leveling my team from scratch. I don't know if anybody else is like that. Just more fun that way. Unless you're a competitive player that plays online, then I can see taking your hard work, like the EV trained Pokemon, from one game to the next. Which I don't know about you guys. I'm excited for that Pokemon. Was it Pokemon Championship? I think it's Champions, right? I'm actually looking forward to that. See, look, I bring this up, right? Look, Crash Bandicoot, $70. You can see a Black Label Crash Bandicoot sell for like $35, $40. It's just that the variance of casual PS1 games in particular, people will pay whatever. Doesn't really matter. Because so many people buy these games that the casuals that don't typically buy games will just buy it as long as they trust the seller. Doesn't matter what the price is. But Pokemon Champions, that's going to really streamline the competitiveness of Pokemon Online. Where you just like, alright, here's your Pokemon. You like instantly EV train the thing, and you're just ready to go. So that's going to be something I look into. Did I complete any Pokédex and any Pokemon? I think the only one I ever did that for was original Red and Blue, because back then I had, you know, playing with friends, everybody was trading, so it was pretty easy to complete the Pokédex in Red and Blue back then. Especially with the, you know, the Pokemon you got to trade with. I was never one to really complete the Pokédex though after that. I played through the game. If I beat it, I'm good. I don't need to go through and catch every Pokemon. $52 for Ace Combat Zero on PS2. Wow. Okay, that has gone up in price a little bit. It used to be about a $30 game the last time I saw. Good to know. $35. Oh look, somebody bought that copy of The Witcher that I scrolled past. It's always fun to see what people bought. Like, if it's something I looked at earlier in the stream, just scrolled by and like now you see someone bought it. Hold on. Okay, that's the GameCube. I was gonna say, I thought that was PS2 for a second. Shrek Super Party, $58. That's like, I'm surprised, but am I really surprised? One of the most expensive Madden games in existence. $28 and $26 shipping for Madden Football on the 3DO. How much money I've made eBay? Yeah, there's no way of knowing. It doesn't even track everything. That, like, when people use my link, it's got iffy tracking. I'm sure I've made them a lot of money. That is for sure. Because I've been doing my eBay streams for a very long time. I mean, I can do, let's see, do some rough math here. Alright. Approximately 52 weeks. I have done approximately, and this isn't even counting bonus eBay streams that I've done over the years. I've done over 500 eBay streams. every one of my eBay streams, they used to be a lot longer, but now they average, 5 hours or so. So I have done approximately 2,500 hours of eBay streams. $100 for Hercules on PS1. Well, I mean, at the same time, it's cool to see that that game finally gets recognition for being a way better game than you'd expect it to be. One of the coolest looking games on the console. Well, I've been doing eBay streams pretty much as soon as I started streaming on Twitch, yeah. They used to be a little more sporadic when I first started, but I quickly pivoted into making them every week. Oh, look at that. It's just fun to see something like that. So it looks like somebody picked up Castlevania 2 and 3 complete in box and Bloodlines, one after the other. Look at that. $25 for Crash Bandicoot. Now, it is greatest hits. What a big price discrepancy, huh? The Getaway was in that PS2 lot that I linked earlier. The $20 lot with $8 shipping. Someone just bought it here for $20 with shipping. And it came with a few other decent games. $37 shipped for a platinum hits of Left 4 Dead 2 on 360. That's pretty up there. So somebody on the day that it was announced that Gale of Darkness is coming to Switch Online bought Gale of Darkness. Oh, and Pokemon Coliseum. Okay, I didn't see it. I was going to say, for $500, that's ridiculous. That's way too much for just Gale of Darkness. This is why I don't recommend that you take photos with a holiday Christmas theme background or anything, because when I see something like this, I know that this person probably listed this around December, November, and it still hasn't sold, which means the price is probably bad, right? Like, not that I know the price of a terrible condition copy of Breakout offhand, but I would not recommend doing that, because if it doesn't sell, it kind of lets people know that your auction's been sitting there for months. But somebody did finally buy it for $8. Whoa, look at that. Star Wars The Old Republic Razer keyboard. They wanted 700. Look at that thing. That's crazy. A themed keyboard with macro keys for the abilities and stuff? That's actually pretty crazy. Man, I would have loved something like that for Final Fantasy XI. Pretty neat. There's a Half-Life PS1 for $10. No, the Half-Life 1 was only on PS2. It was probably a PC version I scrolled by. Cosmic Swarm alternate box. Yeah, see? I'm not good with Atari 2600 stuff. If I saw this in a lot... Well, to be honest with you, I would know something's up with this game, because I would have never recognized that box art. I would have recognized it as something pretty unusual. But if the cartridge was just kind of chilling in a lot, I'd have no idea. I'm very bad with 2600 stuff. Everybody's buying their Michael Jackson experience games. They're all getting ready for that biopic. They have a date for that yet? When is that supposed to release? Guarantee you that week there's going to be a lot of Michael Jackson games selling on eBay. April. You know, I've heard that the Call of Duty games, at least the Wii versions, are supposed to be really good. The DS ones, I feel like I've heard they're okay. They're probably some of the most technically impressive looking DS games, if I had to imagine. I don't typically play Call of Duty games anymore, but if I were to play one, I feel like I would play it on the DS. I love seeing DS games that use a 3D engine. They just remind me of N64 games. DS Black Ops is awesome. Oh, they had online for Black Ops on the DS? Really? That sounds like it would have been fun. Now, what do you do in this Zenless game? I always see this cover. What do you actually do? Puzzle game, probably. It looks pretty boring. Oh, did you guys hear? Word on the street is that Platinum Games has rebought the rights to develop Bayonetta and make a remake and like reboot the series of Bayonetta. They're gonna distance themselves from Bayonetta 2 and 3 and just like start from scratch. Pretty cool news, right? Forget the exact wording, but essentially they're probably going to be working on a new Bayonetta game. $1977 Evil Knievel Vintage Jumper Cycle Set. $1,100. See, you thought our video games are crazy. Vintage model kits or toys. Even crazier. Getting something like that with the box, though, from 1977, probably a pretty big deal. Be cool news if all the core people hadn't already left Platinum. That is a very good point. That is a good point. Oh, they reused that motorcycle for toys for a long time. Interesting. Must have been reliable. Wii Party? $75? Really? That game was like $50, $60 for the longest time. Has it really climbed that high now? I never played Wii Party. But something tells me, though, one day when I get nostalgic for Waggle, and I'm sure that time will come, I will try and play Wii Party for the first time. Wow. Wii Party. Look at that. Holy smokes. That is crazy. I've heard good things about this game. I just didn't know people were paying $75, $80 for it now. That's crazy. Yeah, see, there's one for 60, 65. But there are ones selling for 80. Disc only, 10, 60. Look at that shipping. Very interesting. See, this is why it's good to look through sold listings. This is how I help maintain, like, knowing what games are selling for off the top of my head. You gotta do stuff like this. Because if I saw a Wii Party in a lot, I'd be like, okay, that's like $50, $60. Nope, now it's like $70, $80. Did that one come with a bundle? I don't remember if Wii Party had a bundle. You thought we were gonna go a night without somebody getting their crotch shot in there, and someone bought this one. However, to their credit, their listing is not quite as bad as some of the other ones have been. I did affiliate, yeah. I typically do affiliate like 2 hours into the stream. It's interesting to see what these DS games are selling for. You know, this game Unholy War has a version in Japan that has a completely different name, and it is the Unholy War, like the exact same game, but it's like Japanified with like anime and magical girls and stuff. I've actually streamed it. I can't remember the name of the freaking game off the top of my head, but it's pretty funny. It's so drastically different. Let me see if I can find the name. Oh, there it is. Majiko Daisuken, Little Witching Mischiefs. Yep. Sounds about right. So if any of you out there are a fan of the Unholy War, this is the Japanese version. It's based off of this. Let's see if I can find the actual copy of it. It might just use... Okay, there it is. Yeah, see, there's the PlayStation version. It's like a weird RTS game. It was actually pretty fun, pretty playable. Just kind of funny how different it is. We'll do one more page of sold, and then auctions. At this point, should definitely be fresh. Jet Impulse. What is that? Wonder if this has a US version. It actually looks kind of cool. Jet Impulse. Let me see. See if this has a US equivalent. I don't think it does. Nope, that's a Japanese-only flight game. Interesting. I'll have to keep that in mind. I'm just like surprised at some of these. Wow, look at that. Somebody paid $42 and $52 for a refurbished copy of Halo 2 and a first print of Halo. That is crazy. Wow. $200 for Halo 1 and 2. I mean, sorry, $100 total for Halo 1 and 2. And then I'm also surprised by the fact that Beyond Good and Evil is $28 on Xbox. Some of these... I guess it comes down to good photos, right? Like, good feedback, probably a good seller. Have a good night, Blizzard. Alright, new auctions to look through. What's the most infamous PS5 game? It's definitely gotta be Concord. For sure. Oh, thank you. The Good Night Super Chat. Thanks so much, Blizzard. You have a good night. Thanks again for the member... golden membership as well. This game always looks so cool to me. This wild card game from Squaresoft on WonderSwan Color. The sprite work just looks amazing on this. Look how detailed that is. Man. I wish we lived in a time where WonderSwan actually came to the US. Every day of the week, dubious. Honestly, if I wasn't going to the gym, it would probably be doable to stream on some nights, but sacrificing the gym for a month straight not happening. You cannot give yourself excuses to stop going to the gym. It's a recipe for failure. Well, grand jury duty doesn't do one case, you do multiple cases. You can have multiple cases in one day. Hello, Osu. Ooh, what do we have here? This could be a good Genesis slot. Don't see those too often. 15 games, $153. This King Salmon game, by the way, has crazy good music. Two Career Dudes, Castle of Illusion, Forgotten Worlds, Alex Kidd, Inspector X, Golden X. It's not bad. Forget how much Two Career Dudes goes for. Castle of Illusion is about $50, $60 depending on the condition. A little bit more, a little bit less if the condition calls for it. A lot of these other games are in these sort of like $40 to $50 range, some of them. You'd be surprised, right? Like, Altered Beast ain't no $20 game anymore. Jurassic Park is probably like a $20, $30 game at this point. That's actually not a terrible listing. Crude dudes is 60. That's a pretty decent listing. Shipping's only $10. I'll link the seller. It's over in 20 minutes. No, they don't pay you that way. They just pay you a flat amount every day you go, which is not a lot. Self-employed sadly get kind of screwed in that regard. They ain't helping you out with that. The people that luck out the most are the ones that have the jobs that their jobs will pay them a full day's salary to go to jury duty. And then on the days where you may not be there quite as long, it's a pretty good day for them. It's like getting paid for the day off. I've seen this sun-faded copy of NBA Jam on eBay now for... It's probably been on here for like close to 2 months. One day it will sell. One day somebody will spend $36 to have this shipped from Australia. But for now, get used to seeing it, because you're probably going to be seeing it for many months to come. Just like this copy of Transformers Beast Wars. It's another one. Seen this one a lot. After a while, you get to really... You become attached to these auctions. I mean, what can you say? How many times have I scrolled past the That's Hot Rayman or the That's Hot Assassin's Creed? There's been so many cool listings over the years. Some people remember. Everybody... People on Twitch, YouTube, you know, I wasn't streaming at them, but... You guys remember the lot of that one fishing game on Xbox One where they had like 500 discs that we saw for like a year straight? Every night. And then there was that other person that had the giant standee of Riddick on the Xbox in their kitchen that, you know, he came up with some crazy lore story, and then one day it finally sold. Finally sold. And it was sad, because we used to see some of these listings every night. You know who I miss? Who we never see anymore? You guys remember the seller? The older gentleman that would use his webcam to take his pictures, right? He'd like hold the game up to the webcam, but you'd see his full face and everything. Like a freaking early 2000s webcam. Like a YouTube video 2008 webcam. And he would take the picture, show it like this. Man, I haven't seen that guy in like a year. And I used to see his listings every single week. It's sad. Maybe something happened to him. Now all we got are people just taking pictures with their damn feet. Want some of these old school sellers back. What starter am I choosing for leaf green? You have to wait and see. I haven't made up my mind yet. That's a terrible box. The letterboxing here just feels so unnecessary. Am I gonna play GTA 6? Probably. I feel like the hype surrounding that game will be probably like too extreme to ignore. But we'll see. We still haven't really seen gameplay, right? Maybe when I start seeing gameplay I change my mind or something, but we'll see. From a pet-free home. Oh, we saw this. We saw this one last week. I remember because they had a dog foot that was just like sticking out too over there, whatever that is. Trail in Ontario. Yeah, scrolled past that. It's a cool cover. Oh, that birthright game actually looks kind of cool. This combat here almost looks like it's an early rendition of Darkest Dungeon, right? But that is not Antara. Black Lamp. What a cover. It's that fat dragon. That is the fattest dragon I've ever seen. Huh. This is a game that has me tearing my hair out, but still coming back for more. Compelling. Yeah, that doesn't sound like a game for me. I think I'll pass. Thank you, ST Action Magazine. Yeah, that was a sealed copy of Magic Knight Rayearth. Rayearth is more... It's more around $900 to $1,200 when it's not sealed. Cartoon Network Block Party. So is this a Mario Party kind of game or something? Sure is. Am I gonna catch Uematsu in June? I mean, probably not. If he's going on tour or something. The thing is, like, the line to get him to, like, sign something is usually just so astronomical. Probably not. Where is he go? He's going on tour. Like, he's got, like, what, he's got something coming out, like a book about him or a documentary. I remember seeing an article on that as I was scrolling X. I don't remember what it was. Mission Impossible Game Boy Advance is made by the same developers as Resident Evil Gaiden. Mission Impossible. Not sure if I ever looked at that. Oh yeah, this game. Now that I see the cover. Oh yeah, I can see it now. Yeah, you're right. That is definitely Resident Evil Gaiden. That's cool. I didn't know that. I don't mind Gaiden. I think Gaiden's a pretty cool spinoff. He has a biography coming out, and he's going on tour. Yeah, it sounds cool and all. I'm not sure I'll be traveling too far to go to something like that, though, unfortunately. Did I ever play Soccer Wars? The only Soccer Wars I played was the Wii Soccer Wars. So Long My Love or whatever it was. I actually did a stream of that a long time ago. I was probably a Justin TV stream now that I think about it. Because I'm pretty sure I streamed that around when it came out. I forgot that Xbox did this. The good old we want to be the Wii phase. Wireless steering wheel. Yeah, the Wizard of Oz RPG on DS is pretty solid. I beat that on stream many years ago, but it was fun enough where I would definitely play it again. It's just a good dungeon crawler. It's just so funny to me because that game got so much crap back in the day. People hated that Wizard of Oz RPG. They just made fun of it because of the trackball, touchscreen stuff. People, they really, back in the old YouTube days, like, nobody liked that game. Everybody just made fun of it. And now, because, you know, people are nostalgic for the DS gimmicks, and all it takes is one video on YouTube talking about one game for 3 hours, and then so long, bad reputation, you know? It just reverses course. But it is a good game. Is it worth the money it goes for? No. But it's worth playing. Yes, I was very into the weird little RPGs that would come out on DS and Game Boy Advance. It was always so exciting when a new RPG would, especially traditional turn-based, would come out. I would eat them up no matter what they were. Still got a handful I gotta play though. Some I never got around to. As I was scrolling by this copy of Horizon, it reminded me of that Fortnite Horizon game that's going to come out in Bomb, which then reminded me of Marathon, and I meant to ask, now that we have more people in here, if any of you played Marathon and what you thought of it, now that it was playable this week. I think I'm passing on that entirely. I just don't think I'm in the mood for an extraction game like that right now. Apex mixed with Arc Raiders. Yeah, I'm good. I think I'll hold off. Unless they give me an opportunity where they're like, yeah, we'll, you know, pay you for an hour to play the game. Okay, whatever, I'll try it out then. But I ain't buying that game. I'm not giving it my money. I've just heard very mixed things on it. The UI is apparently like some of the worst in a game ever. And apparently it's really easy to die, and like, you know, that's how extraction games are though. But it just, I don't know. It doesn't have the Bungie feel to it, more like a heavy Call of Duty. So is it a safe bet to say that Marathon is going to be off to a rocky start for the launch? Like another potential failure for a live service extraction shooting game. Because it ain't looking good. They lost a ton of players after one day for the... Now, the game is free to try right now. Imagine when it costs $40. It ain't looking good for Marathon. High Guard is pretty much on life support. It had like 200 players the other day. And there's only 20 people left on the development team. It's just so crazy. The timeline that we live in where these games just... Imagine that game came out with day one 100,000 plus people playing and now there's only 200 left. Like, that is crazy. Just crazy how fast that turned around. It's attack right off. Yep, you're probably right. Resident Evil, yep, Resident Evil is showing them, like, look, people are fully content with a solid 15-hour, well-made, single-player game. Thank you, Resident Evil, and thank you, Capcom, for continuing to show some of these other companies that we still care about that kind of stuff. Not everything needs to be live service, microtransaction, stuff like that. I'm just, I don't know about you, I'm looking here and I'm like trying to figure out what that is. I don't know about you, like, is that a belly? What is this bulge? Like, what's going on here? I can't tell. Right, like what? That person's obviously standing right here. I think it's a leg. Okay. Let's see. I think you might be right. Indeed, it is a leg that somehow... Or is that? Okay, there's one leg with a very big toe. But what is that? Is that a leg with a bunch of crusty garbage on it? Like, what is happening here? What the hell? It looks like somebody, like, shattered a plate on the floor and on their leg. Very interesting. The lore of this seller right now, like, I gotta dig deeper into this. We can't let it go. Okay. They're covering their leg with a blanket here. Interesting. They got something to hide. Oh, okay, hold on. The lore is getting deeper. It was indeed a leg. And I believe, now that I see this, I believe it is a stomach. They're either pregnant or they like fast food. Because you could see the bulge here. It's a different type of bulge. And it overlaps the legs, right? So that means, and there's a foot for you foot people out there. That means, based on all of my circumstantial evidence, that I have reasonable... What's the jury terminology here? Listen, I'm not on a trial jury. Reasonable suspicion that is indeed a stomach in the first picture. Where is it? That is a stomach. Absolutely. Yep. You can see the stretch marks. It is confirmed. Our first stomach bulge on eBay. You thought you saw it all. But no, we always find the new ones. I just want to know what all that crap is that's all over the place there. Oh, hold on. Hold on, you might get a full body shot on this one. Not quite, but you get a bunch of tattoos. What is that? You know the craziest thing, by the way? You can probably like reverse image search that tattoo and find this person online. That's how crazy the internet is these days. You could just literally take that tattoo and like find their Facebook page. I don't know what this stuff is. But I would not advise taking eBay listings with that on your legs. I mean, if you're gonna do leg and feet shots, at least clean up a little bit, you know? My goodness. Fishbone tattoo. Alright, we've deep dived. One more foot shot for the road. This person's giving it to you, boy. One more foot shot. There you go. Probably not pregnant, by the way, just saying. As I've delved deeper into the evidence presented. Admit that one into the evidence files as exhibit number 13, please. Thank you. Not right now, copy hell no. Hopefully this year when we bring back PS2 stuff. Alright, these things here are ending pretty late in the night. So we'll do one more page. Nothing too interesting in the... Yeah, it's a shot. Sometimes you find some cool stuff that ends really late at night, but most people are smart enough to not have their stuff ending at almost 3 a.m. Eastern. I used to like watching Mr. Bean when I was younger. I was actually a pretty big fan of the Mr. Bean movie too. I liked that movie when I was a kid. You know, the one that they brought to the US. Whatever they called it, Mr. Bean the movie or whatever the heck. Bean the movie. That was a good movie. Yeah, I never played the Mr. Bean game. Never played the game. Yeah, I watched it recently. Around Christmas time, they had like a Mr. Bean stream that was going with like some of the Christmas episodes, and it holds up. It's pretty good. Alright, this will be the last page. I'm not sure if I ever saw Mr. Bean's Holiday. No, I don't remember. All the auctions at the front. Yeah, unfortunately it looks like somebody from Australia has, like, flooded listings at this time of night. But you are right. It is a lot of Australian listings. Last of Us Ellie edition. Where did this collector's edition come out? So what did you get, a t-shirt? I'm gonna be like, I just kind of wish that The Last of Us was just one standalone game. No sequel, no TV show. End that game on a crazy cliffhanger, super sad, super depressing, and then people just never find out what happens. It would have been perfect. This is up to your imagination. Would have been so much more impactful. One-off. Just a one-off. Really sad, like, oh man, what a cliffhanger ending kind of game. Would have been awesome. Look at that cover. Fire and Brimstone. Oh my god. That is definitely a 1990 cover. Amazing. Looks like Ghosts and Goblins. I always wanted to try this one. Forget what this looked like. But I know this was one of the ones on my radar for imports. So yeah, oh yeah, it's like a weird fighting game. See, these are kind of fighting games I like right here. Some weird as hell looking Japanese only Square Enix fighting game. Honestly, that is kind of cool. I wouldn't mind having a translucent PS2. The purple one's kind of nice. Big box headset. With the headset. Let me show you. This is what you used as a headset for those that never knew for SOCOM. You got this little rinky-dink headset. Wired headset. That would always fall apart. Anybody that played any amount of SOCOM for, you know, at least several hundred hours, this thing would be falling apart. Mine was held together with Scotch tape. I mean, this thing was holding on for its dear life by the time I was done with it. But people never replaced it. You kept that thing going as long as it would work. I don't think I've ever seen the PSP SOCOM headset. I never played the PSP SOCOM, so I had no desire, honestly. I regret it now. I wish I would have played it now. But to me, I was like, why would I play SOCOM on PSP when I'm still just playing it on the console? Is that it there? So it's like over-ear headphones. Those things look horrible. That looks terrible. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, I definitely regret not playing SOCOM on PSP when it was still playable online. I do regret that. I had a few of my SOCOM buddies that played it. They tried to get me to play, and I'm like, listen, I ain't playing SOCOM with one joystick and shoulder buttons. You gotta be crazy. Because that ain't SOCOM to me. But now I wish I played it. Developed by Zipper. I really wish I did. You know, the crazy part is this probably isn't even that bad of a deal considering games like Time Splitters and Twisted Metal Black are like $20 plus games now. Jaws Unleashed is probably not too far off. SSX is probably still like $10. I love how this... Look at the emojis this person is using in this listing. Or you can't see it from there. Here, I'll remove my webcam. Eggplant, beer, a bikini, eyes, and it looks like a graduation gown. They're very creative with their little emojis, I'll give them that. The only time I played Phantasy Star Online was when they ported it to the original Xbox for Phantasy Star Online Episode 1 and 2. I played it for probably 2 months, and that was pretty much it. I enjoyed it, but it wasn't good enough to pull me away from something like Final Fantasy XI at the time. They upload the same videos and content over and over again to farm views. Wow, that's... So what do? Do they delete old videos and re-upload new ones, or do they just keep re-uploading over and over the same video, just like slightly altered? Yeah, plus they do like 24/7 live streams of Mr. Bean too. I don't think they're allowed to do that. I'm pretty sure that's against the TOS. Same content over and over. This is a PS2 game, like, you always forget this exists. Look at that font. Digital Hits Factory. Make your own hits. Wonder how playable this is. Techno, indie, pop, dance, rock, R&B. Did any of you ever play this? Record your own vocals and samples with optional mic. Oh, jeez. You've made bangers with this? Did you use the mic or did you just use the sound samples? I'll have to try and pick up a copy of this and put it on the PS2 wheel. Maybe it'll pop up one day. Sounds like it would be fun. I don't know how you would beat the game though. There may not be an ending. Simpsons Hit and Run. Simpsons Hit and Run has a lot of fans. That game gets talked up a lot. I can understand why that one has such a demand. Still haven't played it. $60, $100. Yeah, it used to be about 50 or 60, so this new trend towards the $70+ realm is definitely getting up there. It's definitely considered, a lot of people consider this to be the best Simpsons game ever, though, so it's understandable. The one thing you gotta remember, there's a lot of Simpsons fans, so when you pair that with, like, the best Simpsons game out there, it's going to attract a lot of different types of people. People that are nostalgic playing it when they were younger, Simpsons fan, PS2 fans. There's just a lot of different people that would be interested in it. Yeah, a lot of people consider it the best game. Yeah, I still need to play that Simpsons game too. The 360 one. That one also looks really good. I haven't played very many Simpsons games. Why do I get the feeling that this game is like one of the most busted, broken games? Arthur and the Invisibles. That character looks atrocious. But I just feel like this is probably super broken. If it lets you run around and platform. Sure it does. Looks like we got pushed down, saw all these listings. Bunch of stuff just must have got listed. Yeah, Code Lyoko. God, am I... Talk about an ugly character design. Code Lyoko. Those characters look hideous. Did you know that the Code Lyoko game on the DS is a turn-based RPG, by the way? One of them is. I forget what the name of it is. Turn-based RPG. See if I can find it. I think it was this one. Yeah, Fall of Xana. So if you think you've played every turn-based RPG that's out there, think again. You gotta add this hideous thing to your repertoire. I mean, what were they thinking? People actually think these characters look cool? I'm sorry, but that... I don't know, maybe I grew up not in the right generation, but that looks ridiculous. I don't care what the lore is, I don't care what psychic powers they got. It looks terrible. I think he would have had to have grown up with this show as like a kid to like those designs. There's no other explanation. But yeah, look. 4-person party turn-based RPG. Just when you thought you saw everything. And it's not dirt cheap either. It was a French show? Oh, okay. Well, that might explain it. I can't speak to the animation. Maybe the animation's really good. But I guess to their credit, they went for a different style. That's for sure. They went for a different style. I actually did find some good auctions early in the stream, yes. We found quite a few linkable things. That's why it's good to be here early, because typically the best stuff is found early on when the auctions are, you know, not ending at 1 in the morning. It's typically how it goes. Dragon Ball Z PS2 controller. I don't think I've ever seen those before. Limited edition Piccolo controller. Look at that. It's even got Japanese on the controller. It says Piccolo to make you feel extra weebish. Got that extra cool edge to it. Collect them all. Oh, thanks, Chrono. Thank you very much for giving Video Gamer a sub. Yeah, it says his name just in case you forget. You got the Kame case. I'm not gonna lie, there's one Dragon Ball Z game I've actually been dying to play for a long time. Attack of the Saiyans on the DS. Can't remember if I bought that game. Sure hope I did. Something tells me I don't think I bought that game in the past. Kind of hoping it would be like sitting around in a bin or something I forgot about. But yeah, the turn-based RPG. I don't know, that just sounds so cool to me. Yeah, you get a bunch of different party members, 3-person party, swap the members out. It looks pretty decent. Leave me alone, Windows. Wow, they're really making figures for everything now. What the hell? Comic figures? Really? I haven't noticed anything Resident Evil going up, but there have been a lot of Resident Evil sales that I noticed. There's too much Resident Evil out there. Resident Evil, that takes a lot more effort to go up in price, because there's just so many more Resident Evil games out there compared to like Silent Hill. Stretched thin a bit, you know, with Resident Evil stuff. And there's so many versions and ports and ways to play Resident Evil games. $32 entries, yeah. There's a lot. There are a lot. This is a Dreamcast game here that I've wanted to play. Spawn. It's like, think of it like Power Stone, but with Spawn. Looks pretty neat. And you thought we would end the night without a D. No, that's why I searched Dreamcast. D2, but missing the manual. It's alright, you don't need a manual to operate D2. You guys know what you're doing. Right? Terrifying adventure unlike anything ever experienced. They're not lying about that, by the way. This is unlike any other game you will play. It is weird. It is odd. Okay, someone here is listing Dreamcast games way too high. I'm sorry, I don't care how pristine your copy of Soul Calibur is. No one's paying you $130. Same thing with Shenmue. Same thing with all your games. Dreamcast football shirt soccer jersey. Should have been orange. I don't think they were sealed. No, if they were sealed, they would cost way more. They were just saying pristine condition. They had new other, which means it's not actually like brand new, it's just like new condition. It's a tricky condition wording. No, I will be playing the new Resident Evil in October. So you gotta wait a bit. Yeah, if something says new other, that just means that they're describing it in like new condition. Just be careful with that. Issue 1 of the Dreamcast magazine, $65. What an amazing issue or magazine this was. I always found it so funny how like a magazine like this was supposed to be objective or like non-biased for their reviews. It's like, yeah, come read our Sonic Adventure review. The only full US review. You can trust us. We're totally going to be fair to this game. Lucky Luke, yeah. Someone was telling me it went up in price. It is a pretty uncommon game. I'm glad I bought mine a long time ago. $50. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it feels about right for the rarity of that game. Used to be a lot cheaper. I've played Sakura Wars on the Wii, which I believe is the same version as the PS2 version. It seemed cool from my limited memory. I do remember the combat being pretty damn slow, though. But if you like anime games with tactical turn-based stuff, it's pretty good. I don't know if it's worth what they're asking for it on PS2, though. I also remember it, there's a lot of visual novel stuff to the game, if I'm recalling. I haven't played it since it came out, so. I just remember it being a really hard game to stream. There's a lot of dialogue. Worst comes to worst, you can buy it, play it. If it's not for you, just sell it. Alright, it is my bedtime. So thank you everybody for stopping by for eBay as always. If it's your first time in my eBay stream, whether you're on YouTube or Twitch or Kick, be sure to subscribe or follow because I do my eBay streams every Saturday night. Sometimes they get pushed into a Sunday and very rarely a weekday. But if you want to catch all the future eBay streams, be sure to follow. Other than that, unfortunately, I'm still going to be pretty busy this week. I will do my best to slip in some streams here or there. Weekends, I'm pretty good, though. I'm not sure what the next stream will be. There's a couple things I want to do. Pokemon Leaf Green. I want to do Rave Racer. I'm really thinking I want to do Rave Racer first. Now that that's out, because that's probably like a good one stream kind of game, unless I get like super addicted to the online leaderboard stuff, so we'll have to see. But we got some fun stuff ahead. First playthrough Pokemon Fire Red Leaf Green, and then a new arcade racer. Well, it's not new, but the availability of it on home console is new. So that'll be fun. Anyway. In order to access the VODs of that stuff on YouTube, by the way, that is member stuff only. So if you do miss my stream live on YouTube for like Pokemon, anything I stream gameplay-wise on there, my VODs are members VODs, just so you know. But you can watch them on Twitch and Kick just fine, but it's just the YouTube side where it's member stuff. Anyway, I will see you guys next stream. Thanks very much for hanging out. Thank you again for all the new follows, subscriptions, and the super chats. Appreciate it as always. And sub gifts. Have a good night. Thank you for watching.